session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji is currently absent. Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Present. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay. And there's nobody here in person. Is there anybody online who would speak to non-agenda items for closed session?
We do not have Zoom attendees or e-comments.
Okay, so we'll move on. What will we be talking about in closed session?
Okay, as authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F3 are under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For F1, the name of the case is Daniel Mendoza Connor versus City of Redondo Beach, et al. Case number 23TRCB00481. For F2, the name of the case is Jeffrey Paylett versus City of Redondo Beach and does 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 25STCB22128. For F3, the name of the case is JAMS Arbitration Case Reference Number 522-000-6179, Harry Stuver et al. Versus Redondo Beach Police Department and City of Redondo Beach. Items F4 through F7 under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F4, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. For F5, the property is 230 Portofino Way, a portion of APN 7503-029-903. For F6, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, Seaside Lagoon, and California Surf Club, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. For F7, the properties are 3007 Vale Avenue, a portion of APN 415-001-7931, parking lot at the corner of Felton Lane and 182nd Street, APN 415-803-3900, 715 Julia Avenue, portions of parcels APN 750-702-0900 and APN 750-702-1900. 1935 Manhattan Beach Boulevard, APN 404-900-8903. 807 Inglewood Avenue, a portion of APN 408-302-4900. And 200 North Pacific Coast Highway, a portion of APN 750-500-9902. And for item F8, Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated potential litigation, there are 2 potential cases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Witsanski, who will be speaking to these items.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, myself, Joy Ford, City Attorney, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1 and F3, we will be joined by Josh Dale, our outside legal counsel on the 2 matters. For item F2, we will have Phil Toomey, outside legal counsel, and Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director. For items F4 through F6, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. And then F7 and F8 will continue to just be myself, Joy, and Cheryl.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Move for recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And could we show that Councilmember Obaji has shown up?
At 4:31 and 55 seconds by that
you.
clock.
Okay, so we will be moving to closed session. We will come back on or about 6 p.m. To disclose any actions that we're taking that are reportable, and then to start the regular open session of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
back to open session from closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Kessel.
Here.
Councilmember Kolujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to announce from closed session?
Yes, Mayor. This evening, two items. We were joined under matters listed on F1 and F3 by Lee Smith, outside legal counsel. He participated in those two. And then as it relates to item F2, the city council unanimously authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the case.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular open session meeting?
Second, motion, so moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for? Aye. Okay, thank you. I will now call to order the regular council meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Kessel.
Here.
Councilmember Kolujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand now to be recognized for your service. Anybody out there? Thank you for your service. Let us all stand now for the salute to the flag and remain standing afterward for a moment of silence. I'd like to call up Niven, who will lead us in the pledge. Niven, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Good evening. My name is Niven, and I'm a 7th grader at Adams Middle School. My favorite subject is social science, and my favorite part about Redondo Beach is the beautiful beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you, everyone. You can take your seats. Niven, come on up. Great job. Very good job.
Well done.
So stand up here and get a picture. Mom, do you want to come up and get a picture? His brother can come up here too.
You'll be next.
Do you want to come up and get a picture? Okay. Thanks again, Evan. Well done. Very good command voice. Okay, so that takes us down to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I do have some proclamations tonight. I don't think enough for Councilmember Obaji, but. Thank you. Okay, so the first proclamation of the evening is actually related to our inaugural George Freeth water polo tournament. So good evening, everyone. We recently had a historic first in the South Bay. We held our first open water polo tournament in King Harbor. Tonight, we are recognizing the people who made it happen. Jordan Thompson, Vedran Kalojevic, and Grant Curry. Could you come forward, please? Come on down, you're the next contestant. I want to help her. So in July, I got an email from 2 leaders in water polo club up in PV expressing interest in doing open water polo in King Harbor. We discussed doing a proof of concept by conducting a one-day tournament this year. Unfortunately, their schedules got bogged down and they wouldn't be able to support. Councilmember Kalojevich's husband, Vedran, and our own rescue boat captain, Grant Curry, expressed interest in the event. So I reached out to them and they enlisted Jordan Thompson. And in less than a month and a half, they pulled together our first open water tournament. We named it after George Freeth. George Freeth was brought to Redondo Beach back at the early 1900s, 1907, to demonstrate his surfing ability to visitors at the Hotel Redondo. But at the same time, he started up what we would call in modern lifeguard practices, and he was a promoter of swimming. So he actually trained several Redondo residents who went on to become Olympic swimmers. And while he was doing that, he also revitalized our water polo team, which was in its infancy across the whole U.S., but certainly across the West Coast. And from there, he put together a winning team that would challenge. They put out a notice in papers all over California saying, "We will take all comers," and they beat them. So this was in honor of George Freeth and the efforts he put into our community. The effort to pull this together was not easy. They had to get the courts. They had to submit the application to the city. They had to get the endorsement of USA Water Polo. They had to attract the teams. They had to get a referee and lifeguards, get a volunteered boat, set up the course and the sound system and the scoreboard and timer, and do all the other logistics all in less than a month and a half. In the end, they attracted 15 teams, including 4 high school girl teams. And we had a trouble-free tournament, which is pretty remarkable for the first of its kind in open water in our harbor. And that tournament was attracted so many people, went from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. and culminated in an award ceremony at the California Surf Club. Their efforts not only honored the legacy of George Freeth, but has created a tradition that I think will only grow over time. It is only right that we recognize the efforts of veteran Jordan and Grant, plus our announcer who couldn't be with us tonight, Dave Williamson, who did the announcing during the whole day. So on behalf of the citizens of Redondo Beach, the City Council, and as mayor, I'm honored to present you each with a certificate of commendation for your leadership, dedication to the success of this first George Freeth open water polo tournament. Second, veteran Kalajerovic. And last but not least, our own rescue boat captain, Grant Curry. And because Jordan was wearing a USC hat for the whole event, even though it was a Redondo event, I'm also going to present them each a hat, so next year they can fly the right colors during the event. And also, the city coin.
Precious coin.
So with that, you guys want to say anything?
I'll just say one thing. I want to thank Elizabeth, the fire department, especially Harbor Patrol, Harbor Master, and then Mike Klein and Public Works.
Being in water polo, which is commonly referred to as a fringe sport, this is already a lot of pomp and circumstance for us, so keeping it exceedingly brief. It is a rare opportunity to find something that's this exceptional and to have a community embrace us this way. The community came together and made this, I've put together a number of events. This was the most smoothly operated one I've been a part of in my entire life by a long margin. And I think it's because of everybody here. So thank you very much. And we're very excited to continue this and turn it into tradition, going back to the early 1900s, as was established here back then by George Freeth.
If you want to feel small, put on a water polo tournament. All these guys are like 6'8". But anyways, I want to say thank you to the mayor for your support in this. It was an idea that we had, and you 100% supported it the whole way, and it was just turned out to be awesome to work with these guys and to have the support of the council and especially you. So thank you.
Well, again, thanks to you guys for making that decision a smart one and not making me look bad. So, can we get a picture of the group up here? Why don't you introduce the two little helpers here?
This is Zena and Xander. What's your name?
Xander.
Okay, thank you. Get a picture with the council.
That's the one time we were.
We'll just slide to the side.
All right.
Thanks for activating our waterfront.
Thank you.
Good job, Edwin.
Thank you. You could really set precedent and give me a kiss.
I know, I was, you know, like,
Watch. And he's out.
Okay, second of tonight's proclamations. Tonight we celebrate the 175th anniversary of statehood for California. We are honored tonight to have Sky Connor, a representative from Governor Newsom's office, to join us with the celebration. Sky, could you come up? Hi, Sky. Pleased to meet you. Let's see, in 1948, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo officially ended the Mexican-American War, with California, Nevada, Utah, and parts of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming officially becoming U.S. territory. On September 9th, 1850, California joined the Union as a free state. In the subsequent 175 years, California has grown to the fourth largest economy in the world. We're home to 39 million people. We're a global leader in technology, entertainment, the aerospace industry, agriculture, and in environmental sustainability. California is known around the world as a place of dreamers and doers, welcoming people from all walks of life, united in the belief that anything is possible here. It is that diversity that makes California what it is today, and that it is that embracement of diversity that is reflected here in the city of Redondo Beach every day. As we celebrate this 175th milestone, we look ahead to the next 175 years with courage and determination. So happy birthday, California.
Thank you, Mayor. On behalf of Governor Newsom and the state of California, it is an honor to accept this proclamation from Mayor Light and the city of Redondo Beach as we commemorate 175 years of statehood. Since its founding on September 9th, 1850, California has grown to nearly 40 million residents coming from every corner of the planet. Our story is one of resilience, diversity, and innovation, and we've been the home of the adventurers and the visionaries that drive the world forward, including gold rush pioneers, aerospace engineers, agricultural innovators, and technology visionaries. The city of Redondo Beach has been a key part of this California story and a striking example of the range of what California has to offer, from the iconic Beach Life Festival to the mecca of aerospace innovation at Northrop Grumman. For one of the most densely packed cities in the South Bay, you've shown an extraordinary commitment to expanding access to park space for your residents, while at the same time advancing innovative housing solutions. By being the first city in the state to achieve functional zero homelessness, Redondo Beach demonstrates that when we work together, there is no challenge too great for California to accomplish. So on behalf of the governor, I again want to thank Mayor Light, the Honorable City Council, City Manager Vitsansky, and the people of Redondo Beach for your recognition and for your partnership in building a brighter future for all Californians. Thank you and happy birthday, California.
Thank you, Sky. Can you get a picture? So I owe you for that advertising for Redondo.
we got it recorded.
Thank you again. Thanks again.
If you want to file that speech and give it to the clerk.
Thanks again.
We're arguing
And the
for
last one for
things.
tonight, whether we realize it or not, we live in the ancestral land of the Tongva Gabrielino people, the original stewards of what we now call Redondo Beach. As Indigenous Peoples Day is celebrated on Monday, October 13th, I'd like to recognize and proclaim this day to honor the Tongvan people. Based on local archaeological digs, the Tongva continuously occupied our area for over 5,000 years. The land where our city is today has archaeological sites across the coastal part of the city. At the old Salt Lake, there was a village that was believed to be seasonal, where the Tongvans collected salt for trade. And their two trails that led inland from that Salt Lake became the first roads from LA to Redondo Beach, the old Salt Road and the new Salt Road. And today those exist as the green belt that goes through Hermosa and 190th Street. So those trails led to roads, led to what we have here today. There are numerous sites along Catalina and Esplanade. There was a large village located just outside Redondo Beach at Malaga Cove. Alta Vista Park was a burial ground for the Tongan people, and Wilderness Park, just behind it, was a lookout point because it was the highest sand dune in the coastal dunes back then. Our beaches were also a point of departure and arrival for trade between the Tongan who lived here and those who lived on the islands of Catalina, San Nicolas, and San Clemente. It is important to acknowledge their historical presence across our waterfront, so let us both celebrate and honor the rich heritage of the Tongan people who resided in Redondo Beach long before European settlers. On behalf of the City Council and the people of Redondo Beach, and as mayor, I proclaim October 13th Indigenous Peoples Day in the city of Redondo Beach. And this is the proclamation. Let's honor the Tongans. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, announcements. I'll start with Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a busy time while we were off. I'm sure many of you will also be seeing a lot of these same events that I attended. But the Burrell Heights Elementary 100th anniversary celebration was a great, exciting day. Got see a lot of history, see teachers that had been through there, met people older than me who attended it as elementary schools and still live in the area, and even heard from a third generation graduate out of Burrell that their family owns Peter's nursery down the street. That same day, of course, we had the water polo tournament that we just heard about. We celebrated our volunteers at the city, including one volunteer who has volunteered for the city for 52 years. Not quite sure how old he was when he started volunteering, because he's not old. As well as many other volunteers that have been for anywhere from 1 or 2 on up. I attended the BizFed Freshman Policymaker event at the Grammy Museum with Councilmember Kalajedovich, and the Perry Park Teen Center grand opening. I'll let somebody else go into details on that one since that was up in their district. I attended the Clean Power Alliance annual retreat. That's where we had leaders from our neighboring cities, including Hermosa, Manhattan, Hawthorne, Carson, Santa Monica, and more at that. I got to get to know them a little bit better, which helps for our coordination, keeps us going along. And at that retreat, we made headway on goals for moving to provide 100% greenhouse gas-free energy by 2035 as a goal, but not a hard commitment. Which is a decade ahead of where the state mandate is requiring all electricity generation. And we also dove into the Power Ready program, which installs clean backup energy systems at critical community facilities, such as emergency operations centers, city halls, city centers, fire departments, and police departments. I attended the Coffee with a Cop on Sunday. It was a change of pace to have it on the weekend. Brought in a whole different group of people that are able to show up because it was a weekend instead of a normal weekday event. And then last night was the South Bay Area Chambers of Commerce Mixer, where I had the opportunity to meet for the first time Councilmember Kalani from Torrance, my first time being able to meet her, but I also got to interface with a lot of other electeds and business leaders from the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
I attended many of the same events. We had, of course, the water polo event in the harbor and also the Barrel Elementary celebration for their centennial. One of the larger events for District 2, we had the groundbreaking at the new park that's on Redondo Street and PCH. And I've received several emails from constituents within District 2, but also from across the city, asking that we consider naming the park for our former mayor, Bill Brand. So that's something that's under discussion. We also had a meeting with the Waterfront Economic Development Group for a potential boat ramp and the location of that. I attended the volunteer ceremony as well and had my community meeting over the past couple of weeks as well. Coming up, we have the Coastal Commission is actually meeting in Redondo Beach this week, so I'm planning to stop by that tomorrow morning before heading down to Long Beach for the Cal Cities Conference, where I'll be for the rest of the week. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic.
Yes, we've been busy since we last met. In addition to all those events, I was representing our region on the Executive Committee for Regional Homelessness Alignment, which is discussing how we are creating a regional plan and spending our Measure A tax dollars. I'll be talking more about that during N4 in our discussion. Also, I attended Space Force's birthday and discussed with the South Bay Aerospace Alliance military housing needs in the region. I got to celebrate with the Redondo Beach Rotary Club as they were kind of marking their dedication to Franklin Park for their 100 years of volunteering and dedication to the community. And then lastly, the District 3 meeting will be on October 18th at 9 a.m. on Zoom. You can register. I'll have that link up tomorrow on my page. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had
You only get 3.
Do I get to bring people up every time? We had a phenomenal District 4 community meeting at the North Branch Library with Library Director Dana Vinke. And I got to tell you, there are so many great things happening at the library. After school craft, express library access. There's a chess club at the library. There's Stitch and Sew Redondo. There's Shelf Care, a book club. I'm going to ask to receive and file these with the clerk, and then I'll also send them out to my email list.
Can I get a motion to receive and
Second.
file?
Motion, receive, and file.
I already seconded.
And a second, all for it?
Aye.
I had to stand up and do something, you know? And then also wanted to say thank you to both Community Services and our Department of Public Works for a beautiful Perry Park Teen Center. When you see the before and after pictures of this place, it looked like a carnival before, and now it looks like a modern place where an adult would want to hang out, have some coffee, and do some work. So I'm so glad to see that come online. I thank everybody for their thoughtfulness.
And play vintage video games.
Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the pool table is coming. It's going to be a great place for teens. I can't wait for my kids to go there. And there even was outdoor. There was a band from School of Rock playing music out there. Really great. So, and other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I do have an announcement. Councilmember Chadwick Castle and I had the honor and privilege of meeting with our wonderful Harbor Patrol and Fire Station 3 personnel. And we took what I would describe as a wonderful trip out on the water we had Fireboat Captain Darren Balaban, we had firefighter paramedic, who you know, Brent West, and Harbor Master Kurt Mahoney joined us. So it was quite an experience to see them in action and learn about really the high level of excellence that they exhibited. So thank you to our fire chief, Patrick Butler, and our city manager for arranging that. Thank you. That's it and much more.
Okay, thank you. You guys covered most of mine, but there was a mayor's convening called by our county supervisor, Holly Mitchell. And it was at Mayor Bass's house. I got to have quite a conversation with Mayor Bass. She's very interesting and very down to earth to talk with. And we all have similar problems. Hers are obviously much bigger in breadth, but not necessarily different. Main topic was homelessness, and we did get highlighted again for achieving functional zero, and especially for our homeless court. So well done by our whole homeless team. Appreciate that, Joy. I've had some questions on what's going on with the Olympic Subcommittee. We did just recently meet to discuss and discuss changes to both the video and the webpage that's going up. We're hopefully narrowing in. I think we got one more narrative from the police chief that we've got to get, and we know you like being on camera, so that shouldn't be a problem. But those should be rolling out soon. Let's see, I did meet with the Harbor Association to talk about events that they're trying to put together. I think they've become a very forward-leaning group, so I think they're going to do a great job at attracting more business in the off months, and that's their goal. So I appreciate their efforts. And the rest of it, you guys have already covered. So with that, I'll be going to Cal Cities as well for the rest of this weekend, well, actually through Thursday. And then Friday, I'm heading off for vacation for 2 weeks, and Mayor Pro Tem Barrett will be taking the helm up here. So appreciate you doing that for me. Go ahead, Councilmember Obachi.
I just wanted to commend the council because from the Wilderness Park groundbreaking to the Redondo Park groundbreaking to the Perry Park groundbreaking, every one of those events, there have been all 5 council members and the mayor, and often, if not all the time, the city attorney. And that's pretty phenomenal. I've never seen that in my 4+ years on council, to have so many, 100% attendance more or less all the time. So
Absolutely phenomenal. And additionally, not all cities have the privilege of the city manager being present together with his staff and each of the department heads who were there. And I think to your point, we're pretty much directly responsible for implementing what it was that we as a council had asked to be done. So thank you.
So now just add to that, it's an honor to work with this council. It's been leaning forward, and we may not agree on everything, but we work professionally to move the ball forward, and I appreciate that. So with that, we'll go on to item E, approving the order of the agenda. Would anyone like to change anything in the order of the agenda?
Well, thank you.
No.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda as published?
so moved.
Second?
Okay, motion is second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, next is an agency recess to the regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Can I get a motion to recess?
Move to recess.
Okay, can we get a second?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to call to order a meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Here.
Member Kolujovic,
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barrett,
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Going down to A in that agenda, could I get an approval of the order of agenda?
Moved.
Second?
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the Community Financing Authority?
No blue folder items.
Okay, and just to keep people straight on this, would you mind giving a little primer on what this financing authority is about?
It's
Manager Wojcicki?
Yeah, sure. It's a successor to what used to be known as the redevelopment agency. It's the kind of modern vernacular for that. Through the agency, the city is able to take certain actions as it pertains to real estate. In this case, the matter pertains to the Kincaid's leasehold, whereby there was an advance of funds to help build the building. And now through this structure, the city's effectively paid back for those expenses in what is effectively a lease-back structure. So in order to approve the checks associated with this, to make those payments, the council steps in and acts as an agency. And ultimately, the city is the beneficiary of these funds.
And so that item's the only thing that's under the purview of this authority?
Yeah, it's the only modern construct that we have that was the genesis of which started through this structure.
Right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see, we've got the consent calendar, item C. Would anyone like to approve or pull any of the 4 items? No? Okay, can I get a motion to approve? And a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before I call the vote, would anyone like to speak to items C1 through C4 on the Community Financing Authority agenda? Okay, no one in the public, anyone online?
None online or e-comments.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, now we're down to item E, public participation on non-agenda items. This is for the public to speak to items under the purview of the Community Financing Authority that are not on this agenda. So does anyone have anything they'd like to bring up to the Community Financing Authority? Anyone online?
No, nothing online or e-comments for the record.
Okay. With that, the last item is any referrals to staff for this authority? Nope. Anyone? Okay. I'll take a motion to adjourn then.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Back to the open council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it. We will be reconvening the next meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, right here in City Hall chambers. Okay, so returning back to the regular agenda, F2, the parking authority was canceled. So we will go back to the blue folder item. Do I need to do a roll call? Okay. Could I have a roll call? I'm calling back to order the open city council meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujedovich?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
And Mayor Light. Thank
Here.
you.
Shocking, no change. Item G, blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items for the open session of the city council?
Yes, we do. H19, related to the approval of the memorandum of understanding with the South Bay Cities Council of Governments to accept allocated county local solutions funds and Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solution Agency funds for homeless court and motel and single room occupancy. We have the signed MOU. H22, approving agreement for legal services with Coast Law Group. We have the signed agreement. Per J1 on non-agenda items, public communication, and 1, discussion possible action regarding temporary preferential parking program to address holiday traffic and packing impacts in the Messina Avenue H neighborhood, which has public comment communications. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, could I get a motion to receive and file all the blue folder items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Next, we're going to item H, consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items H1 through, I think it's H22 this evening? Councilmember Waller?
None.
Councilmember Castle?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalujedovich?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
Yes, H22, please.
H22? Okay, and Councilmember Barron?
H22 as well.
Same thing. Okay, so I'll take a motion to approve all the rest, everything in the consent calendar with the exception of H22.
Move to approve consent calendars H1 through H21.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Does any member of the public wish to address any of the consent calendar items, H1 through H21? And we will have a chance to talk to H22 later. So anyone wish to address H1 through H21? Okay, anyone online?
No one online. We have 3 e-comments, 1 for H10, support, H12, support, and 1 for H17, oppose. And that's it.
I'm just looking which, okay. Any other discussion? Did you want to, I thought you wanted to say some things on consent?
No, I'll
Okay.
save it for the discussion for N4.
Okay, so with that, I will call the vote on.
Mayor, I just, we do have Mr. Heinzman in the audience today, if he would like to introduce himself for H18. I didn't want your trip out here to be for naught, so if you'd like to say hi, or if not, that's okay.
Come on down.
Hi, good evening, members, Mr. Mayor. My name's Joshua. I'm with Hero Community Services. I believe I met the councilwoman a couple years ago when we were discussing the city's interest in the alternative crisis response. I had been contacted by the city to see about doing consulting work for the alternative crisis response based off of my experience with the city of Laverne and the city of Monrovia's successful launch of those programs.
and I have subsequently started my own nonprofit, and we will now be out with some of your sister cities providing other services, but specific to Redondo Beach. Assuming council approves, I will have the opportunity to consult on your alternative crisis response that you have created with CLEAR. And so very much so looking forward to being able to bring that to fruition and have it be as successful as the programs in Laverne and in Monrovia. So pleasure to be here with you this evening, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And just to give context to it, this alternative crisis response is targeted towards mental health for all residents in our community. This is something we've been working on putting together for some time now, and you are part of that team. So we will be discussing this as it pertains also to our enhanced response to homelessness. But like I said, this is not for homeless individuals per se, but it's for all residents needing mental health services. It's an extension that we're adding to our public safety response here. And I look forward to all the good things we'll be doing. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I will call the vote on the consent calendar, items H1 through H21, excluding H22. So all four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, you have the floor to read whatever you have to read tonight.
Please be patient. I have 17 items to read. So H10, adopt by title only, resolution number CC 2510-069, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the State of California Office of Traffic Safety, OTS, Selective Traffic Enforcement Program STEP grant agreement between the OTS and the City of Redondo Beach, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city. Adopt by 4/5 vote, and title only, resolution number CC-2510-070, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to appropriate $179,000 in State Office of Traffic Safety, OTS, grant funds for the Selective Traffic Enforcement Program STEP to the intergovernmental grant funds. H11, adopt by 4/5 vote, and title only, resolution number CC-2510-071, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2025-2026 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $1,747,973 of Proposition C funds from Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority to the Aviation Boulevard resurfacing Artesia Boulevard to Manhattan Beach Boulevard project, job number 41440. H13, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2510-072, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 grant agreement from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the replacement of dock infrastructure in Basin 3, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the agreement and any related documents. Adopt by 4/5 vote, and by title only, resolution numbers CC-2510-073 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, a resolution of City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to allocate $1,466,279 from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the replacement of dock infrastructure in Basin 3. H14, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2510-074, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the fiscal year 2025-2026 local coastal program assistant grant agreement from the California Coastal Commission to fund a sea level rise assessment for all properties with a coastal zoning designation as required by Senate Bill 272, and authorizing the city manager of the designee to execute application contracts, agreements, and amendments necessary to implement the grant. Adopt by 4/5 vote, and by title only, resolution number CC 2510-074, resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to allocate $500,000 from the California Coastal Commission for local coastal program assistant. H16, adopt by 4/5 vote, and title only, resolution number CC-2510-076, the resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2025-2026 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $250,000 in Clean Power Alliance of Southern California Grants Fund to the Public Works Intergovernmental Grant Fund. Okay. I gotta take a breather because this next one's, 9 of them. H17, introduction by title only, ordinance 3298-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 1, Sections 2-.100, 2-9.101, 2-9102, 2-9103, 2-9106, 2-9107, and Section 2-9.109, and adding Sections 2-9.110 and 2-9.111, and deleting in its entirety Section 2-9.108 pertaining to the uniform regulations of commissions for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3299-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Redondo Beach Municipal Code, Title II, Chapter 9, Article 4, Sections 2-9.401, 2-9.402, and 2-9.403 pertaining to the Public Works, Safety, and Sustainability Commission for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3300-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 7, Section 2-9.702, and amending Sections 2-9.704 and 2-9.709, and renumbering to 2-9.703 and 2-9.704 respectively, and deleting Sections 2-9.705, 2-9.706, 2-9.707, 2-9.708, 2-9.709, 2-9.712, and 2-9.714, and renumbering Section 2-9.710 to 2-9.705 and 2-9.711 to 2-9.706 pertaining to the Harbor Commission for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3301-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Redondo Beach Municipal Code, Title II, Chapter 9, Article 10, Section 2-9.1002 and 2-9.1003 pertaining to the Planning Commission for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3302-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 13, Section 2-9.1301 and 2-9.1302 pertaining to the Budget and Finance Commission, introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3303-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 14, Section 2-9.1402 and 2-9.1403 pertaining to the Culture Arts Commission for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3304-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title II, Chapter 9, Article 15, Section 2-9.1502 and 2-9.1503 pertaining to the Public Amenities Commission for introduction and first reading. Introduction by title only, ordinance 3305-25, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 4, Articles 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6, Sections 10-4.104, 10-4.302, 10-4.304, 10-4.307, 10-4.308, 10-4.309, 10-4.310, 10-4.404, 10-4.501, and 10-4.601 pertaining to the Historic Resources Preservation for introduction and first reading. This last one. H19, adopt by 4/5 vote by title only, resolution number CC-2510-077, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2025-2026 budget modification to appropriate $339,150 from the South Bay Cities Council of Governments to the Intergovernmental Grants Fund for Homeless Court and Motel and Single Room Occupancy, SRO beds. Thank you.
Oh.
Can you say that again?
Can you start over? Yeah, I missed the first one. I apologize to the public. That's something we have to do, is read out these specific approvals per California transparency laws. And so I actually feel for the city clerk having to read all that in public, but appreciate it. Okay, so with that, we are moving to the excluded consent calendar items. We excluded H22, and I'll let Councilmember Barrett have the floor. This is about approving an agreement for legal services with Coast Law Group, LLP.
I'm going to abstain. And
You can recuse yourself.
Well, abstain on the vote and not participate, but I want to turn it over to Councilmember Obaji.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji, you
Great,
got the floor.
thank you. First, for folks who are following and are interested in the metro expansion in Redondo, through Redondo Beach, we had our attorney hired to represent us on the environmental aspect of the metro final EIR, withdraw from representing us for personal reasons. I'd like to thank our city attorney for jumping into quick gear, looking into new council, figuring out who would be best to represent Redondo Beach, and bringing forward, is it Coastal Law Group? Coast Law Group here, which is the agreement that we have before us. Prior to this time, when we weren't really sure if our attorney was going to continue, I started speaking with the mayor of Lawndale, Mayor Pullen Miles, other council members from Lawndale, Bernadette Suarez, Pat Kearney, and Surly Cuevas, and I asked them, hey, does it make sense for Redondo Beach to team up with Lawndale and share the same council so that we bear half the costs, we share in the costs of litigation if it comes to that, and even environmental analysis. There's a lot of expertise and expert costs associated with understanding what are the environmental impacts that are not adequately represented in the final EIR. And so they expressed an interest. Of course, our council hasn't weighed in on it. We haven't heard from our attorney yet whether there's a conflict that we can't overcome, whether we should try to team up with Lawndale. So I just wanted to let Lawndale explore that on their side and see if their council will, their city council will allow us to share legal counsel with them. Secondarily, give our council an opportunity, and their attorneys are at Alashire and Winder, and give our city council an opportunity to weigh in on whether we should do that or not. And if not, then proceed with this firm. So in the meantime, I'm willing to make a motion to approve the agreement for legal services with Coast Law Group so that we have counsel in place, but ask that we provide direction to stop work until we decide up or down whether or not to share counsel with the city of Lawndale, and then make a decision as to, if we do assume their counsel, whether there's a different role for Coast Law Group to play here to represent specifically Redondo Beach's interests. And if nothing else, provide direction to coordinate any legal action that we take with Lawndale.
It's a long motion.
So,
do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion amongst the council?
So how long would you want to give Lawndale to get back to us to decide if they want to work together?
well, so my understanding is that the Metro Board, that's a good question. Metro Board is not going to be taking this up at their October meeting. That's what I've heard, although I don't see the agenda published on their website. So I think we have a little bit of time before we would have to take any legal action. So I'd say a couple weeks till the end of the month to make a decision. They should within the next 2 meetings, that their council should weigh in one way or the other on whether they'd let us, whether they'd waive potential conflicts for us to assume their counsel. And we'd have to ultimately have a discussion in closed session about whether or not we want to do that, I think, right?
Correct.
All right. And get our attorney's legal advice on whether or not to do that.
And do you have any thoughts or opinions on the strategy here to work together with Lawndale versus going it alone?
We will be discussing that at closed session next week.
Okay.
Do we anticipate any need for litigation or attorney advice in the next month?
The litigation doesn't start until the board makes a decision on the project. So for litigation purposes, no, but there's obviously preparation for that. So I can ask the attorney to hold off until we have a definitive answer, but she feels very confident that she's capable to do it, especially since it's not going to be in October.
Good. And my understanding is that we do have other non-legal experts working on the environmental aspect of this, developing the case, if you will.
And I know she's been reading our stuff because she reiterated some of the comments we made to the draft EIR. But I just caution, you don't want to wait till the week before the it's heard by the Metro Board, so you got to give the lawyers time, so I wouldn't wait too long.
I'd say 2 weeks, 3 weeks max for Lawndale.
I think that's a little long, but okay. Okay, so anybody else wish to comment on this one? Okay, does anyone from the public wish to opine on this one?
Makina Grady Mitchell, District 3, right-of-way stakeholder in the trench zone for the hybrid option. This is kind of jarring news, but the advantage, I guess, of using the same as Lawndale has that they're already prepared. And so that sounds like a decent thing to do. I brought in some comments, but it probably more qualifies for non-agenda as opposed to this, but it's about a case and it's, I guess I'll do that later. But I also got the same news in that meeting after, the next meeting after the October 23rd meeting is on December 4th because they don't do Thanksgiving. So December 4th is drop dead.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Kevin Mitchell, right-of-way stakeholder. So a new document came up to us today that's in the FEIR, and it's from TORC, which is Torrance Oil Refinery Corporation. And it was their letter to Metro. And I think that at this point, it might behoove us to speak to them directly. And I don't know how jurisdictions work in this case, but they have some very important concerns about what the DEIR was doing. And I just think that they may have some insights into how to proceed with this. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
Yes. I have Mark Nelson.
Good evening, Mark Nelson, District 3. It would seem to me that there's two needs here. One would be for the FEIR, and one would be, rather than just environmental, it would be in the decision-making process. So I don't know if that's two separate law firms or two separate interests. I certainly support working with Lawndale. I think that anytime that, we can share resources, that's good for taxpayers. But I just want to make the point that there's an environmental issue separate of a business issue here, and I don't know if we have any standing for cause to oppose their business issue, but I would certainly hope that whatever law firms that you engage, they're capable of looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Next person is Kyle Johnson.
Are you there? Oops. Sounds like.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kyle Johnson. I'm a resident of District 1. I'm disappointed that the city is already gearing up to sue Metro over this decision. It's disappointing considering how many people earlier claimed they supported public transit in the South Bay, that once a decision is made that they don't agree with, to immediately turn around and start trying to stymie the project. I would oppose taking on this legal counsel, and I'd just like to voice my opposition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify, we don't oppose extension of the Metro. We just want it to go in a place that doesn't impact our residents so much.
Okay, so that concludes.
That's it?
Yeah,
Okay.
the Zoom and the e-comments.
So I will call the vote then. All four?
Aye.
Aye.
And one abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, so that's 4-1, the motion carries. Okay, now we're down to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda tonight for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes in total. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, which I do have, will be considered first under this section. Okay, so first is Vicky Castaldi, and then Lori Armour.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council and staff. My name is Vicky Castaldi, and I live in District 2 in Redondo Beach, your district. I am here tonight to ask for your help. I am an Airbnb host sharing my home with guests all over the world. I have lived in my townhouse since 1989, and I am 74 years old now. 12 years ago, I started listing my extra bedrooms on Airbnb as I was caring for my husband with MS for many years, and all of his medical expenses has depleted our savings. The short-term rentals were a godsend, as it allowed me to survive and pay my mortgage. In addition to helping me stay in my home, it gave me enough spending monies to enjoy and support the local businesses through shopping, dining out, and entertainment. As I live in my home and is not part of the rental pool, I had a very long and successful career as a fashion designer and owned my own company for over 20 years. But 12 years ago that closed, and it was impossible for a 60-year-old woman to get hired in that industry. Last week, I received a letter from Redondo Beach Police Department saying that I could no longer offer short-term rentals. So basically telling me you're going to lose all your income that you need for your basic needs, effective immediately. I called the number and spoke to the woman who was taking the phone calls at the police department, and she was very nice and informative, but she was just the messenger. My heart sank. I understand this area is only zoned for residential, but people who stay for 3 to 7 days on vacation to enjoy our beaches, or go to a wedding, or to the Beach Life Festival, or just enjoy a little getaway, won't find any place to stay that they can afford otherwise. This is really going to hurt our local businesses, restaurants, mom and pop shops, etc. I think this is a very tough situation, and I wanted to speak up. I am not a realtor buying property to rent. I am not having parties or causing trouble. I'm not getting complaints from my neighbors. I'm just trying to make ends meet and stay in my home. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I really appreciate you listening to me. Thank you. And I brought one visual. I know it's a photograph of a map I have in my kitchen. And if you can see all the pins, these are the people I've hosted over the last 12 years, just showing all the countries they've come from. I think there's so many that people stopped putting pins because they were overlapping. But like the Germans love Redondo Beach, just for an example. But I also get a lot of interns that come in the summer that work in aerospace that need a place to stay, and they have a very cheap per diem, I guess, from their companies or their schools, so.
Okay, thank you. You have a clarifying question?
Clarifying question. Do you think that you could offset your mortgage costs with longer term rentals of like 30 days and greater? Have you ever tried that?
The problem is you don't get that many. I mean, you might get a relocation, or you might get somebody that's, you know, wanting to stay that long because maybe they're out of their home because it's being remodeled. But now my calendar, because I changed it according to your code, I'm not getting any interest at all because not everybody's going to stay 30 days. And what happens if there's like a 30-day stay, it blocks your calendar for any short-term stay. It just doesn't work. It's kind of a mess right now. So I just actually brought one other visual just for fun. This is the board I keep track of the people in my home. These are the last people
you've
that
had
were
your 3
able to
minutes. If you could
stay
just
because of the.
She answered my question.
You answered his question, so
Thank you.
Okay.
your time is up.
I'm
Thank you.
finished. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
You're okay.
I never did. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Laurie Armour, and then Lisa Hoppy Coates. Can't quite tell. Cates or Coates?
Good evening, Mayor Light and council members. My name is Lori Armour. I'm a resident since 17 years in Redondo and all my life in the South Bay. And as you said earlier, Mayor Light, all things are possible in our country, in our state. So I'm here for the same reason that our guest just before that was here. I also received the notice to cease my Airbnb. I'm a retired teacher, newly divorced, and Airbnb supplements my retirement income and helps me pay my mortgage. I live in a small 2-bedroom house in North Redondo in District 3, and I serve guests who come to visit their children, their grandchildren, their elderly parents, people from all over the world, as she was speaking, and who travel here to learn about our area and move on to other areas, who come and go from the airport, people from all over the world. I understand asking non-resident homes to cease short-term rentals, but for hosts like us who live in the same house, I believe we can find a local approach that will allow responsible hosts to operate. I ask the council to consider a regulated short-term rental program for residents who let out rooms in their permanent residence. We can include a mandatory registration, a local 24-hour contact, occupancy and parking rules. We can require a home business permit. And this approach preserves the public safety, neighbor quality of life, and generates local revenue, supporting our businesses and that rely on our visitors. I'm prepared to work with the staff and neighbors and business owners on a pilot program that addresses prioritizing primary residents. Thank you for considering a balanced solution for this situation that upholds our neighborhood values, protects housing, and supports local economy. I'm happy to provide a one-page proposal and meet staff and neighbors to refine it. Thank you.
Clarifying question. Quick clarifying question. So you're operating it, or you were operating it as a share, where these short-term rentals are coming in and they're occupying a bedroom in your place.
Bedroom in my house.
While you are still occupying it, correct?
I offer them coffee and cookies.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa Hoppy Cates, I believe it is, and then Otis Schloff.
Good evening. May I request to receive and file? Is that right?
Move to receive and file.
May I move to receive and
I move to receive, that we receive and file.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Hoppe Cates, District 1 resident of 18 years and president of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. Our mission is simple but vital: to keep the Esplanade clean and welcoming for residents, visitors, and future generations. Myself, having a master's degree in environmental economics, this is very passionate and I'm very dedicated to this cause. One of our goals is to inspire others in the community to join us. We do this in a few ways. We have our monthly sweeps, first Saturday at 9 a.m. at Avenue I in Esplanade. Just this month, Scout Troop 555 joined us, and in December, the Beach Cities Health District will participate. At our last sweep, we collected 23 pounds of trash. We tally that, and we keep that in our database to submit to City Council for future projects requiring such tallies. Each month we hold these sweeps, and we would love to have you join us, or if you know somebody who would like to participate. We also have our annual community mixer, which is what the flyers are for, coming on October 22nd. Space is limited, so we are asking everyone to RSVP. We now have over 40 silent auction items, a raffle, and we're hoping to have a live auction, so let's see what happens there. We also have our first 2 candidates for our high school scholarship program. I'm very excited. These young kids will learn about ocean awareness and environmentally cleanliness. They're our future. And as we all say, it takes a village. So we're just here to announce that we're doing that and progress is continuing. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Otis Schloff, and then Holly Osborne.
Hi. Hello,
Pull that
my
mic towards you.
Pull the microphone down.
There you go.
hello. My name is Otis Soff, and I'm a fourth grade student at Jefferson Elementary School. I love riding my bike to school every day. It's my favorite way to start the morning because it gives me exercise, helps me feel healthy, and gets my brain ready to learn. I worked really hard to build up the strength to ride up all the hills in our town. And don't be fooled, I'm not riding an e-bike. I pump the pedals the whole way. This is my very first year riding on my own, well, with an adult and my siblings by my side. I've already learned how dangerous it can be. It can be to ride a bike in traffic. The scariest place I ride through is the intersection at Ford and Aviation. The last couple weeks, I saw some really dangerous things. A car completely ran a red light, drove straight into the middle of the intersection, and sat there, blocking traffic in every direction. It was so scary watching all the cars trying to figure out where to go. That same day, I saw a cyclist just like me, and not on an e-bike, flip off his bike in the middle of that same intersection. There was also a terrible collision. Recently, I spoke with the police officers at the scene, and they told me it's well known how dangerous this intersection is, but it's still my route to school every day. That's why I'm here tonight to ask you for your help. I know there are 27 crossing guards in the city of Redondo Beach. 4 of them are already assigned to Jefferson. Would you please consider moving one of those crossing guards to the busy, dangerous intersection of Ford and Aviation? Riding or walking to school should be safe, fun, and a healthy way to start the day. But for kids like me, it doesn't always feel like that. Every morning, I try to do everything right. I wear my helmet, stop at the lights, and watch for cars. But I can't control what drivers do. That's why I'm asking you to please make our route to school safer. Moving a crossing guard to Ford and Aviation would make a huge difference. It would help families feel more comfortable letting their kids walk or ride to school. Walk or ride. And it would show that the city of Redondo Beach truly cares about protecting students who are trying to be active, healthy, and safe. Let's make safe routes to school something every kid can count on, because no one should be afraid on the way to learn. Thank you for listening and caring about the kids in our community.
Otis, did you write that yourself?
Mayor, can I
Otis, did you write that yourself?
Well, I had a little help from my mom.
Okay. Well, you did very well. I'm very impressed. Go ahead, Councilmember Obaji. I think you want.
Great job.
You earned that.
Thank you.
Good job.
Otis, can I ask you a question? May I ask you?
Yes, you may.
Are there other kids in your neighborhood that use that same light
Yes.
that would need a crossing guard there?
Yes.
If you don't know how many, can you let us know maybe with an email of how many students cross at that light?
Yes.
Thank you. Well done.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well done, Otis, and you're speaking to 2 of the council members who are on our subcommittee for school crossing guards, so you're speaking to the right audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know it took some bravery to come up here, so good job.
Thank you.
Okay, Holly Osborne, and then Jim Mueller.
All right, Holly Osborne, District 5. I don't think I can follow that. But anyway, I actually gave this at Lawndale last night, and I was going to do it I didn't know you had that other Metro thing, but this is relevant. It's one of the FEIR things. You've heard me say a lot about the width of the row in Lawndale, how Metro claimed it was 81 feet, and that sort of allowed it to make things fit when it was really 75 feet. And when we called them out on it during before the DEIR was issued, they changed it to 75 in some of their sketches, but they did not change it in their detailed drawings in the appendix. And I wrote about that, and I want to show you what I'm talking about. This is the row. It's just an assessor's map right here. It's 75.77 feet, but who's counting? But what they drew, all of a sudden at 171st, they just made it jump by 6 feet. It just magically jumped. Rows don't jump like that, but it enabled them to say, we're not taking any properties because they made the row wider and they claimed that was all theirs. So when the new FER came out, I raced to the library to see how this was fixed, okay? So what they did was they didn't have the row jump anymore. Now they say it's 75 feet, but they took a big swath and hashtagged this whole thing up here, 6 foot wide, and called it a construction easement. They took it anyway, okay? And I spoke about this. I know this is probably boring to you, but that is a big mistake for them to make. And one of them, one time, most of them were nice, but one time one of them tried to demean me because I wasn't a civil engineer. I'm a registered engineer in California, but it's not civil. Well, here's what I said last night at Lawndale. Civil engineers sign drawings they know are wrong. They can lose their license. And anybody who signed this drawing in the previous appendix knew they were doing it wrong. Okay, so that's my statement.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Mueller, then Nikki Negretti-Mitchell.
Evening, Council. It's always a pleasure to be able to speak before you. The Council praised the 2 dine-around evenings on Artesia Boulevard sponsored by the NRBBA. Those events got a pretty good crowd onto Artesia, but only for 2 evenings out of 365. Imagine getting that kind of crowd every weekend, 52 times a year. That's what a weekly, professionally managed farmer-style market could do for Artesia Boulevard. Startup effort is needed, but the idea is popular. This past week, I asked the next door crowd if they would like a farmer's market on Artesia Boulevard, and I got over 100 amazing responses, most of which were not just in favor of the idea, but lots of I love it. I asked the same question on North Redondo Facebook page, same question, different people. People love the idea of a farmer's market on Artesia Boulevard. There are issues to be resolved, but that's true of any startup. A farmer's market attracting a crowd on Artesia Boulevard every week would show developers that the boulevard isn't the dead zone it seems to be. The city government is counting on the Artesia Aviation Corridor Action Plan, ACAP, to do that. But a farmer's market run by a professional manager is a far quicker and cheaper way to jumpstart revitalization, and revitalization is key to the city's future because the clock is ticking on city finances. How many more years can reserves bail out a deficit? Imagine, too, that the market day on Artesia becomes more than fruits and vegetables. When local artists and crafters see a crowd headed to the market, they'll want to be there, too. The Makers Fair is a school district program where kids create products and learn how to market them. They'll want to display at the market, and some high schoolers in the ECHO program may want to try out their business ideas. The School of Rock, Dance One, and other art schools will see potential audiences and won't want to be left out, and other services businesses will be interested in having a presence. Restaurant owners will love it. This can come true, but the city is in the best position to help it get it started and solve the issues that are inevitable in any startup. I'm hoping the city development people will do that. Contact the market managers, deal with the permitting and public safety coordination, maybe do a little PR. Come on, council. This is a worthwhile idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Negretti-Mitchell, and then Last one I have written is Kevin Mitchell.
Hi, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And the last time I spoke here, I brought up the fact that there have been 5 industry professionals that are relevant to this fuel corridor, talk about how, just completely incompatible that corridor is with running human commuters. And so buried in the FEIR, among all the responses to the DEIR, there's like all of that, like 1,200 of those fake form letters from Torrance. They had their QR code. And you know what? I just realized this is a whole new, except for Obaji, everybody here is different. But anyway, there's this letter from Torrance Refinery Company on their letterhead. It's 7 pages long. And this is something that can't be ignored. This is something that can't be, just kind of swept under the carpet. And I'm just going to read an excerpt. As an operator of major industrial facility in the South Bay that would be directly impacted by the proposed project, Torrance Refinery Company, or Torrance, the refinery, has serious concerns that the proposed project would cause significant adverse safety, security, access, and other impacts to our employees, operations, contractors, and surrounding community and environment that have not been adequately reviewed and addressed in the DEIR. We are also concerned that the DEIR does not discuss the potential adverse impacts of adding prospective passengers to a rail line previously used only for commercial freight, including passengers' proximity to potential heat, noise, and air quality impacts that would be associated with any unexpected refinery emergency incident or necessary equipment maintenance activities. This is the kind of stuff that we talk about, and it's like, oh, Nikki, you're just being a little NIMBY or whatever. This is serious stuff. And, it's really, it gets so infuriating that, it just gets dismissed and just kind of hidden. And the other thing is, I keep mentioning I'm in the trench zone. So we're trying to come up with numbers of how many, right now we're looking at 65 plus. That includes me. I try to present younger than that, but no, I'm going to be 67. And I have a compromised immune system. In the trench zone, it's red. Unavoidable, significant impacts, air quality, noise, vibration, everything across the board. I wouldn't survive that 24/7.
Okay, thanks, Nikki. Your time is up.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for sending the letter.
Okay, Kevin Mitchell, and that's the last card I have.
All right, Kevin Mitchell, District 3, I think it is. And we are on the row, and many of you have been to our house. Mayor Brand and Mr. Mayor Light came to our house, and we had this discussion about Metro in the South Bay. So here we are. The DEIR, came out, and they introduced this idea after the DEIR of the hybrid. And the DEIR did not cover the hybrid. So the hybrid is tunneling under 182nd and 170th Street. It did have a tunneling section, but it wasn't covering these particular intersections. So now we have that, and these are huge, major things that will literally happen in our backyard. So that, along with this LPA, this locally preferred alternative idea, is really a sleight of hand that Metro is doing here. We know that everybody wanted Metro through the South Bay, but we definitely wanted it on Hawthorne Boulevard. And now, they acted like that wasn't what we said or whatever. But it's very problematic for us now because this FEIR has come out and they are going to try and make a decision soon. So we're hoping for the city to come behind us and understand how significant this will be for the entire city, actually. This is bigger than just North Redondo. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else wish to address the city council? Come on up. You don't have to raise your hand, just come on down.
Appreciate it so much. Thank you, everyone here. My name is Jerome Noria. I owned an infamous smoke shop here in town, named the Sandbox Smoke Shop. I have done everything by the book to make sure that I treat the city well. I don't do anything wrong by your standards, city or state standards. I've done everything I can do according to plan. I have 3 daughters. I take care of my father, just recently lost my mom, and I try to do everything by the book. And I have been trying to get out. I actually own 3 smoke shops. I sold 2 this year, and I was selling my last one. I'm a Christian, and I'm trying to move out of the space. But even in doing so, I've respected every boundary, and I understand we shouldn't do things that deal with kids or anything like that, or you shouldn't deal with anyone under 18. I have everything in order. I have been trying to sell since April, and I've been stuck. Since then, I've gotten burglarized 6 times, and I've lost 6 figures this year just in burglaries. And I'm stuck inside of this business that's bleeding me and my family dry. And I've had buyers lined up since April, and I'm not able to sell. And I understand that there's supposedly a city ordinance intact that we're trying to do things that grandfather people in. I understand that. And I'll make sure whoever's buying it respects the city because I love the city so much. You guys have been so great to me, and I really appreciate it here. But now I'm in this situation where I've been here for 6, 7 years, and you guys have been great. But it's a time where I'm bleeding out. And I need to know what is the next step here? Like, how long do I have to, my family's gonna be homeless at this point. Everything that I've done from selling my other 2 businesses, I've dumped all the money back into this business and I'm getting bled dry and I can't leave. I've never heard of a situation like that, but I'm in it and I'm okay. It's life. I'm not gonna sit here and cry and moan, but I just need to know what is the plan here? Anybody in District 4, actually. I'm on Artesia Sandbox Smoke Shop. Question for you.
Oh, Sandbox.
Yes, sir. It's a great, iconic store. So I made sure I kept it clean. I've kept everything clean.
Look, we can't discuss stuff right now, but I'll just say what we've done in the past.
Yes.
The council is moving towards relaxing development standards on Artesia Boulevard. Yes. Hold on to your property a little longer. It's going to be worth a lot more in a little bit.
Yeah, the property, but the business. The business of the property. Just asking. I'm dying here. 3 daughters. Okay, so that's all. If we have anything, is there any way you can email me and contact me and let me know so I know
Shoot me an email, zo@redondo.org.
ZO?
ZO.
Thank you, sir.
Zebra Octopus.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Have a blessed night.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda items? Anyone online?
Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, got a few items. First off, I think the young man did a wonderful job trying to get a crossing guard for his corner. And I would fully support letting RBUSD hire an incremental crossing guard for their own use. I think that would be great. Regarding the Airbnb issue, I can't imagine why the city would restrict renting out rooms in your home while you are an on-site homeowner. I completely understand the out-of-control party house stuff that went on down on the walk streets, I guess would be the closest thing to call them. Completely understand that was unacceptable. I think that renting entire dwellings that in the city is unacceptable as well. It seems to come to a bad end. But I think that the folks here that weighed in did a great job in terms of, you know, they're on-site owners, they're doing this for basically survival income. And I think the city should really take a look at that. Last issue, I forwarded a letter from Daryl Boyd to the council. I believe that Mr. Boyd had already sent it to the council, but in any event, it regards 500, 600 North Prospect Frontage Road, noise and traffic safety. And I believe Mr. Boyd has valid points and concerns, especially for the part of the road that he lives on, which would be north of the bus stop. I think that you've seen in a lot of EIRs how noise is in fact damaging to health. And if you look at the Metro FEIR draft, they acknowledge that noise is bad for health and for some people. And then they say, but we don't have a cookie cutter solution to apply to this, so we're just going to ignore it. And I would hope that the city would take a look at all the noise issues in the city. That would include Metro as well as the 500, 600 block, and see what they can do. And I do support Mr. Boyd's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of the 30 minutes.
Okay.
So we're done with public comments on non-agenda items. Let's see, no public hearings tonight, so no ex parte communications. Next is item N, the items under N, items for discussion prior to action. We'll start with N1, discussion and possible action regarding temporary preferential parking program up where we border Torrance and their light show. So with that, I think I'll leave Andrew, you've got the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. Andy Wingy with the Public Works Department, and with me is Ryan Liu. We'll be presenting tonight. A couple of weeks ago, we were here talking about the need to update the city's preferential parking permit program. And one of the drivers of that was the Avenue H neighborhood holiday light issues that come up every year. We've been working over the last several years to make improvements in signage and other things there to help mitigate the traffic issues in that neighborhood. The direction you gave us when we were here last time was to return with a solution in the short term rather than trying to address the entire ordinance at one time. So we have brought forward tonight a proposed ordinance for a temporary preferential parking program, as well as some other traffic strategies related to a request from the city of Torrance. So that's the intro tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Ryan, who will walk you through some of the topics here that we'd like to discuss.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. As we mentioned in previous meetings, you know, there are a lot of traffic and parking impacts associated with the Sleepy Hollow Christmas lights, Rancho, Seaside, you know, those Christmas lights in Torrance, and there are limited entry waypoints into that Torrance neighborhood, and over the past couple decades, we have closed that street at the Torrance border, but nonetheless, a lot of patrons from the area park in Redondo Beach neighborhoods, Toledo Elementary School, and so we presented that as sort of the driving factor to reform our preferential permit program. So here, this picture is showing what the holiday lights looked like last year.
Pardon me if I could quickly, Mayor, what street was that? Was that within Redondo Beach or Torrance?
So the streets affected are Avenue H east of Prospect.
In the photo, that's a Torrance Street.
That's a Torrance Street.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
So what we're proposing here is a new section of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code that creates a 2-year pilot proposed temporary zone TSPP. This will be a residents-only parking permit between Thanksgiving and New Year's, effective from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Those hours align with when we generally put up the bollards to close at the city border, and the peak hours for when it gets dark and when everyone's lights start turning on. This will cover Avenue H, mostly on the south side of the street, Messina Drive, and Circle Drive. We're proposing to allow up to 3 parking permits per registered vehicle to the address. So these are resident vehicles. The number of that can, I think is probably open to some change depending on the discussion tonight. And as I mentioned, this will require changes to the municipal code to enact this type of zone. This slide shows in green the streets that are affected and subject to those temporary restrictions during the holiday period. This red line on the top here, depending on the next part of of the discussion about the bollards and Torrance's requests, may or may not have parking at all during that holiday period. And so this is what we're proposing. The homes that are highlighted in yellow have direct frontage onto Avenue H, Messina, and Circle. As you can see here, this is really the only entryway into the neighborhood, especially once the bollards go up in whatever fashion. This neighborhood becomes a cul-de-sac neighborhood.
So I just had one quick question. On the north side of Avenue H right there, the no parking is from the 5 to 10, correct? It's not all day because...
Correct.
Okay. I was concerned about Toledo and...
Yeah, and this is independent of the next part of the discussion about the bollard closure.
Okay.
But, it's like 2 separate things that we could do here.
Okay.
The police department and residents came to us with concerns about this TSPP. Some of the concerns include, how do we treat invited guests for residents? I think we're trying to keep this permit relatively simple and easy to administer. Once we start introducing guest permits, that turns into, perhaps people selling those permits. How do we enforce that type of permit? So in this case, we're proposing that these permits be for residents only. So there is some impact to residents' guests during a holiday year-end period when there are more gatherings. There could be some spillover traffic and parking in adjacent neighborhoods. But really the point of this program is to discourage entries into this cul-de-sac neighborhood. And we're not quite as concerned about traffic through running streets west of Prospect, where there are multiple ways in and out of those neighborhoods. The police has also expressed some concerns about administrative and enforcement burdens. We have police here who can answer any questions, and we do want to manage expectations on enforcement. These types of calls for service, based on the conversations with the police department, are on an as-needed basis, and based on the priority of other calls during that time. We may not be able to have a police officer roaming that entire neighborhood every single night during the peak hours. So I think police can talk more about that. The second part of this discussion is the annual traffic mitigations we implement at the Torrance border. Over the past couple decades, we've put in a bollard closure from that 5 to 10 p.m. time between Thanksgiving and New Year's. This is a yearly item that comes before the council typically as a consent item. So we're bringing it forward as a discussion item this year. We've put up a variety of signs in the past year to help discourage entry into that neighborhood through traffic, telling people how to get to the holiday lights, showing that the neighborhood is no outlet, only changeable message signs and road close ahead signs. Last year, we installed a temporary traffic circle as a sort of a last chance. This is the easiest way to turn around and get your vehicle out of the neighborhood, as well as additional wayfinding signs and trash cans. This year, Torrance has come to us with a request. They would like to allow egress from their side of the city, from the Torrance side into Redondo Beach. The Torrance neighborhood, Seaside neighborhood, has limited entry points as well. They suffer from extreme traffic congestion and parking issues. They've asked us to allow for exits from Torrance into Redondo Beach. The way this could be achieved would be to forego installing these 2 bollards over here. We would keep installing these 3 bollards to prevent entry from Redondo Beach into Torrance for the lights display, but allow sort of a relief valve for people exiting so they can get to Prospect more quickly. If this is, go ahead.
Question on that. Would it be possible to only do the most inboard of those 2 bollards? So you have, just to make sure it's a single lane, so the bollard that on this screen is on the far left would also be there, so we'd have 4?
I think the spacing would be really tight if we just removed 1 bollard. If we installed all but 1 bollard with that power pole to the right and the bollard to the left, I think we might get some unhappy drivers with dinged mirrors and the like. In this scenario, if we were to leave that opening for exits, that's the scenario where we would have to prohibit parking on the north side of Avenue H during that 5 to 10 p.m. period, regardless of parking permits. And so this is a request that came from the city of Torrance. Some of the concerns are that we're not exactly sure what the enforcement strategy will be from Torrance. They have mentioned that they will be able to staff that to prevent entry into that neighborhood, but we believe probably some sort of memorandum of understanding would be prudent for the city. Obviously, there will be some additional traffic on Avenue H, so this is really a favor that we're granting to Torrance.
For Torrance to staff that Ballard intersection, to Councilmember Wallard's point, to ensure it's only one-way egress if that's what the council decides to approve?
That's correct.
Okay.
And so that concludes our presentation. So, we'll take some public input and make a decision on the temporary parking permit zone, whether to approve the ordinance tonight and return for a second reading, modify it. If it's substantially modified, we do have to come back for a first reading, or to not establish that permit parking zone this year. We'd also appreciate some direction on any fee, if any fee, on this parking permit zone, and as well as approving the modified, as you discussed, the Avenue H closure plan for this holiday period. So we don't have to come back again for that.
Yeah, I'll just add here that this is a pilot program. We're not sure about a lot of things in this program. We do know that the neighborhood last year, the input we got was that there were favorable responses to the improvements we made last year with signage and the roundabout, but there were discussions last year and this with the Public Works Commission about maybe doing something more to help out with congestion in this neighborhood. So we're presenting this tonight as a pilot, a 2-year pilot, just to give it a couple of years to really see how it works. The recommendations here really are to find out what the neighbors would really like to do, and either approve the ordinance as we've written it or make modifications, and may or may not require us to come back for another first reading next week. As was mentioned, we had the draft ordinance that's in your package tonight has no fee assigned to the permit or a waived fee for the permit unless you direct us to come back with a resolution establishing a fee for that at a future date. That doesn't have to happen tonight or next week. That could happen before we issue permits, but certainly further down in the process. And then the modified Avenue H closure plan, again, is a request from Torrance. We can not do that, certainly, and that decision is really independent of the parking permit program as well. We don't have to make those the same. You can make one and not the other. You can make both. You can make neither. So just want to be clear about that. Thank you.
The permit would be a hang tag or a sticker?
I think we're going to try and keep it simple this year, given the short timeline. I'd suggested that, an expectation that might work is just an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with the driver's license or a license plate number and sitting on the inside the windshield of the car on the dashboard.
And you don't think that's easy to duplicate or just make?
Well, the license plate is going to have to match up with whatever's on the permit on the inside of the car. So there will be a little bit of effort on the part of the enforcement team to match those things up. But that seems the simplest way in the short time frame we have before the holiday period starts.
And are we getting any, we're bowing to the request of Torrance to do this. Are we getting any cooperation on the things we've asked of Torrance from a traffic perspective, like the truck routes?
We have. We have been in communication with the Public Works Director in Torrance about the signage that we'd like to see to change some of the truck routes, or at least alert truckers that the truck route ends at the city boundary. They've been very amenable to that. They may have already installed them on Del Amo. That was pending. I haven't quite seen them yet.
Yeah, one was installed today.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And then the PV Boulevard is the other important route that we're trying to close down at Sepulveda before truckers would make that turn onto PV Palos Verdes Boulevard to the southwest. We were waiting to make advances there pending this conversation tonight. To see what was agreed to tonight. So yeah, we're in contact with them, and we're ready to push forward with that.
Maybe twist our arm a little on the bike path all the way to El Camino. So I just think, if we're going to accommodate them, there's no value to us, right? If we're going to accommodate them, they should accommodate some of our requests. I just think that's, quid pro quo.
Yeah, I think that's the mood they're in is kind of a deal making here with that request.
Okay. Councilmember Waller, this is in your district, so I give you great deference on,
Sure
your solution, whether we buy into this solution or not.
I do look forward to hearing from the residents that are here so we can get their feedback. But last week, I had the letter that we sent to the residents, and instead of having the city staff deliver that, I knocked on every door, probably spoke to 10 or 15 of the 38 households, and got varying opinions. Some people, on the parking permit side of it, some people thought it was a wonderful idea. Some people didn't think it was needed. On closure of Avenue, or the opening of Avenue H for exit only, as long as they understood that it was exit only and it would be controlled with somebody manning that intersection. Generally, people were in favor of that, not all of them. Some people didn't believe that it would be manned, and so I would urge that when we make our agreement, or if we proceed with this, the agreement with Torrance is that the bollards go up if that's not manned. Like, I get a phone call.
We put a barricade up.
We put the bollards right back, within hours or within minutes, not
Who
just.
controls the bollards?
We do.
You do, okay.
So I even told residents, if you call me up and tell me that the police left and there's nobody manning it, I'll do whatever it takes to get those bollards up right away. And I think that would be necessary.
Drive one of your classic cars into the breach.
Park it sideways.
The yellow one.
Yeah. With regards to the fee, since this is an experiment, if we can do this, if it's being done on 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, I think it's effectively no cost to us. If this was to be a sticker or a tag and there was a small cost, I would still think it would be worthwhile to eat that cost, because with 48 houses or 38 houses, however many it is, 2 or 3 cars per, we're still talking maybe 100 permits total. A couple $100 in costs to the city to print up permits, I don't think is unreasonable for us to do if this is going to be an experiment. We're going to find out after this first year if it works. It's a 2-year experiment, but we can always end it if it doesn't work. And
about visitors?
The visitor thing is a tough one. My thought on the visitors is, right now, if it's one of those weekend days where there is no parking anyhow because it's already a madhouse, you're not having visitors show up to your house and parking in front of your house. They're parking at Toledo, they're parking blocks away. So the permit hopefully would then allow you to put your car on the street and allow visitors to use your driveway. Or if it's actually not a crowded night, maybe they're parking in your neighbor's driveway, maybe they're with agreement. I did talk to neighbors there that had suggested, giving away the parking permits. But since you can't give the parking permit, since it's tied to a vehicle, they could still give away a parking space in a driveway. Or for the more able-bodied visitors, they could park at Toledo and walk.
Or take an Uber.
Or, what I do in the holidays, take an Uber all the time because you don't want to deal with parking. But otherwise, the number of permits, instead of limiting it to the number of permits per household being a max of 3, there's one family I know of, I believe, they have 4 cars, 2 adults, 2 kids. Well, they were my daughter's contemporaries, so 2 parents, 2 adult kids who live at home. Right there's 4, and they might want 4 permits. If the car has to be registered to that address and it's being tied to a car, then I don't think there's a need for the number of permits to be limited. If we wanted to come up with a guest pass of some sort, which I don't know, I talked to Ryan about it, it complicates things, because then what is a guest pass? Does it get passed around from person to person? Does everybody, do they get sold? I don't, because of that, I would want to avoid the complications and keep this as simple as possible. So again, I would like to hear from the residents before we come up with too many decisions, but based on the conversations I've had, I would advocate for the parking permits as I modified here, and allowing exit as long as it's manned at all times by a Torrance police officer, possible backups. And what was the other ask?
Just the number of.
Yeah, the number of permits, yeah, as I
Tying it
modified.
to
So
registration, car registration makes sense.
I think that makes sense. I'd like to hear other council members and the residents here as well.
So would what you just heard be a substantive change to the ordinance that's included in the package? So this could still be the first reading with what Councilmember Waller stated? Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question or two for the city manager. In tonight's presentation and in the administrative report, there was reference to administrative burden. And my question is, on which department would that administrative burden fall? And what, if anything, can you do to alleviate and mitigate that burden if the council was to move forward with this? Because I think we're all sensitive to administrative burden on staff in light of all the priorities and things that we're already pushing through.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Predominantly, the work, well, I guess I'd put it into two buckets. The bollard installation, the daily take it in, put it up, take it down, is performed by our public works personnel. I believe down at the pier. Our pier maintenance folks have the appropriate operating hours to accommodate that installation. So that work has something that we've been doing for years. It's part of our normal annual work plan at this point. Modifying it to reduce the number of bollards that are installed will not be an impact on us, at least during the course of the pilot program. The installation of the temporary traffic matters would fall to Public Works as well. The operations team, Ryan's laid them out. They would have to install them. There would be some maintenance, diversion of maintenance resource in order for us to accommodate this for the pilot period. But again, something that is typical in our normal course of duty, so not a huge lift. The police department will receive, I think, probably the largest share of impact.
The largest share?
Yeah, as it pertains to creation of the parking permits and the passes. They ultimately issue the passes. As Andy alluded to, I think one way to mitigate that would be to create a simplistic program. Our residential parking permits have assigned numbers and tags, and there's some things that we have to do from a production standpoint that are a little bit more ornate as part of our regular program. I think we would probably look to avoid that for this pilot period, do something more simplistic. It could be hanging placards. Andy's idea of printed sheets is pretty rudimentary. That would be less of a burden than the more traditional plastic hangers. At some point, as we implement our online payment program for parking passes, I think this issue isn't quite as intense as it is currently, but we're still, I believe, largely accepting payment for these passes through our program. If we choose not to implement a fee, then that also would simplify the process for us administratively.
Not implementing a fee.
Not implementing
for
a
this
fee.
temporary pilot program at a minimum for this beginning season.
It would make our work effort less intense.
Thus less administrative burden on the police department?
Correct. As it pertains to enforcing the parking ban, bringing folks down there, our MSOs, we have a pretty heavy presence in the area currently. We certainly did this past year when we were trying to address trash concerns and the like. This program is something that would force us, I think, to direct additional resources. There would be an impact to that team in terms of issuing parking sites and the like. We don't yet know what will ensue as a result if presumably we eliminate the egress closure that we currently have now, if we start allowing traffic out of Avenue H, out of the Sleepy Hollow community. There will be more folks rolling through there. I don't necessarily think that will create more of a burden for our police department, but it will the confluence of that with the parking requirements is something we're going to have to monitor closely, and we'll have to have some presence and allocation of resource towards. Torrance, if they staff it the way they claim they will staff it, I think it would help us pretty significantly, and it would reduce our burden. We don't yet have any firm commitment from them through an MOU or a formal operating plan that they've committed to providing for us. So we will need to work on that between now and the holiday period if we're going to go forward with this. So I think, to simplify the response, if we create a less complicated program with no fee, we reduce some of our burden. You could make the case that our MSO crew and our traffic enforcement team has to be present in that region anyway. They've been there pretty heavily the last few years. I think that would continue under all circumstances. But this program is going to force us to intensify those efforts a little bit.
Okay. And thank you for that succinct response. The simplified parking permit that Ryan Liu, our traffic engineer, had spoken to together, as you just said, with maybe not charging a fee, and we could come back on that, I understand, at a later time, not necessarily tonight, could significantly reduce the administrative burden on the police department?
It would, because what we would ultimately do then is probably work with parking and public works to simply directly issue the permits, mail them out. It avoids the registration, the application process, the review process, the questions. It would, in effect, we would, much like we did the notices that Councilmember Waller distributed, we would prepare the permits and effectively distribute them to the residents.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajovic.
Yeah, just a few thoughts based on the discussion. And I do give deference to our council member in District 1. It sounds like the paper parking permit attached to the registered cars, is that the administrative burden that you're talking about, or can we do that in a simplified version and deliver those to those residents?
I'd like us to think a little bit more about how we would roll that out. I think it might make sense for us to just create, if the council ultimately thinks 3 passes is the appropriate or permits is the appropriate per residence, we would create a standardized placard. We would issue 3 per residence to all of the, whatever it is, 36 households, distribute those in the mail. They would then have them and they would place them on their cars. That to me simplifies our process.
How do they then verify that it's registered to that house?
Well, that's what I want to, because what has also been raised is, do we want to provide an opportunity for guests? If we issue it specifically to that, if we issue it to the household to let them disseminate at their leisure, I think we have, it simplifies our process. If we're going to index it against a vehicle registered to the house, we're going to have additional administrative work to do. So I think we would want to think through a little bit of the pro and con of that if we're trying to be as simple as possible here.
I mean, just based on this conversation, I am leaning against the scenario where those passes could be sold, and maybe the administrative burden could be alleviated by those residents. All they have to do is print up a copy of their registration, bring it in, and they get however many passes are associated with that, right?
That would be, that would be another opportunity. That would be another way for us to do this, yes.
So just that, but again, you spoke with the residents and you have a better understanding of where they're leaning. But the one thing I would say is, as far as agreeing to alleviate that traffic in that area for the request from Torrance, I would, at this point, like to have an opportunity before we agree to do that for you and or another council member to talk to council in Torrance and have that conversation and bring up some of the other important issues, like for our neighboring, we're neighboring cities, and there are other issues that I think this can be a good jumping off point, and I don't think we should squander it with just agreeing to this. So I would ask that we do that. And if you'd like me to come, I'm happy to. I know, Zane, you were talking about bike paths as well. We're talking about truck routes. There's a lot of issues that I think could warrant a good discussion. So
this originated with my discussion with Councilmember Matucci about the truck routes.
Perfect.
But if we want to bring in a second council member that's along the MAT bicycle route, whatever that's called, up along Redondo Beach Boulevard.
Right.
Maybe we do something like that and we try and tie them both together and get a little bit more than just the truck routes. I'd be happy to.
I just think it's an opportunity. It seems reasonable, but you also brought up, we need to iron out those details as well. So those are my
While
comments.
it's being ironed out, we can have those discussions with Torrance Council.
Yep, absolutely. That's it, thank you.
Yeah, I think if the council wants to move forward with this, I would ask that you give us a little bit of discretion in how we implement the program so we can think it through, consider options. PD engineering can work closely together on how best to and efficiently to administer the parking plan.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
This is the public.
We'll get to the public.
I move that we give direction to staff to move forward with a plan as modified by my discussion points. And that comes next.
Take public comment. You're out
After
of
the
order.
motion. After the motion.
Okay.
Is that good?
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion, a second. Now, any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Do we have any written comments? Okay.
Hi there, my name's Amy Chaffin. I'm a resident of Messina Avenue, which is one of the impacted areas. Thank you guys for all the work you did last year on the mitigation, the mapping, the trash cans. We felt tremendous impact from that. I think it would be a tremendous mistake to remove the blockade, even as a one-way exit. I think that would danger our small community that we have there. I think that one of the great things about the Christmas lights is that people love to go walk through it. I actually think the whole thing should be blocked off just for walking, but I understand that's Torrance's prerogative, and they can do what they want. But I think it would be a big mistake. I think it would put tremendous burden on our neighborhood, more so than is there today. I think the one, I actually felt like last year's progress was sufficient. I don't think we need permits. I don't think we need further work. The one thing that I did notice last year was that we had a number of the vendors push into our neighborhood because Torrance cracked down on them. So that's just something to monitor. But I think that the traffic patterns, I think you would lose that U-turn ability if you opened it up, and that would just create a complete bottleneck in the neighborhood. I also feel that a 2-year permit process is way too long, or a 2-year trial. Why would you not just do 1 year and then check on it afterwards? I think that 2 years is too long. But again, I would feel that please leave the blockade. It is tremendously important for the safety of our children, our neighbors. I take a group of Girl Scouts caroling through there every year. They park at Toledo. We take our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues through the Christmas lights. We do host many parties through the holiday season, so a permit process would be problematic for us. We also both work, and we have small kids, and we have a nanny. So how would you, her car is not registered to our house. That would be problematic to us as well. So I love what we've done last year. I'd like to just continue along that path, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Eleanor, can you make sure you start the clock?
Chris Bellamy, I live on Circle in Messina. Regarding the egress, we can't have that because, first and foremost, that stop sign at Prospect and Avenue H is already terrible. Everybody should know this at this point. It causes a lot of accidents because one's way over here, one's over there, and people get confused. All you're doing is worsening the problem, right? Number one. Number two, you're not going to have supervision by Torrance 100% of the time. That's just, it's ridiculous to even believe that. So what's going to happen is people be coming out and going in, and there'll be another traffic nightmare. And to your point, it will be such that people try to make U-turns and won't be able to do that. So that's one thing. I personally believe we should have some sort of pass program. Maybe it's 3 or 4, and they can come back to City Hall and get an exception if they need more, or something like that. And an enforcement mechanism which would generate revenues to help pay for all this staffing that you guys need to provide here. Right, so you can't go no ticket. People are just going to laugh at that and park on my front lawn, as they do, and drop a diaper on my lawn, as they did last year multiple times. The other things, I presume that people would still be able to park at Toledo, and so as such, we're already giving Torrance relief by virtue of them parking there and basically wrecking the place. When they do park there and leave all the goodies for us to pick up. If that's the case, we need more trash receptacles in that whole area, because people they overfill and it just ends up on the ground. The last thing I would recommend is, if you're going to give out tickets, which I recommend, you have to have signage saying at the front, at Prospect, saying it's going to be a ticket if you park here. You can't just say, well, permits required. It should say some sort of sign, so people deterred from even coming down into that area to try to find parking. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? You don't have to raise your hands, just come on up to the front.
Hi, I'm Zara Cartledge. I live on Circle Drive. I wanted to thank you for coming out and checking the area last year and doing everything you're doing. I think there really is some progress in the situation. But the new part about taking down the blockade is concerning, because as we've mentioned in the past, the traffic going down H, while you did put up that little traffic circle trying to get people to turn, they still go all the way to the blockade. So now you have people exiting on the north side of the street, and then people trying to do a U-turn there at the blockade would be a mess. And I have a dear friend she's the last house on Avenue H on the south side. She's had her cars hit multiple times. And I think this is just going to be a disaster for her and everybody at the end of that street where people need to turn around. So I really do have a lot of concerns about that. And as far as the permitting goes, I'm not really for or against it. I'd be open to a trial period of 1 year, just to echo what Amy Gamble was talking about. I don't think we need to try it for 2. But really, it's the blockade that I'm really worried about. I think we put it up for a reason. There's nothing in it for us as residents in the immediate area to take it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Terry Slemons. I live on Avenue H, right next to the Toledo parking lot, where there's lots of parking. There's 15 to 20 cars that can park there. So if that little picture you showed with the red line is no parking, you lose 20 spots. People in Torrance, the residents of Torrance, park there because they can't get to their house. So they park there. So this isn't all about just Redondo Beach and Woolworth. They're not going to get a permit, so who's going to park there? But to take it away would be, in my mind, a mistake. The barricade, as you've heard from everybody, I think it's doing a much better job. I've been in that house for over 40 years now, and I was there before this all started, and as it gradually gets worse, and the whole key is consistency. If you keep changing it every year, there's people, it's not the Torrance people that are causing the problems, it's the people on social media that are coming. I've seen proposals in front of people's decorations, and they don't even live in LA. I mean, it's amazing. They try to bus people in, they do Uber. The Uber costs a fortune because it takes you 2 hours to get 2 blocks. It's crazy. But the parking permit, I don't think it's going to solve anybody's problem, because those of us that have a party, we tell them to come before 4 o'clock, get a parking spot. If you come after 5, there's too many residents. You give out 3 permits per household, all the street parking is going to be gone. So the permits, I don't think will really help in our area. And I think it just confuses people when you keep adding a different rule every year. Last year, I thought was much better with the roundabout, which was right sort of, I had a couple of neighbors that during the daytime, or like when it started, they'd go around 3 times just for the fun of it to make their kids laugh and stuff. So it was entertaining, but I think it did help. I didn't hear any complaints from people about the roundabout, and the signage did get better. The trash seemed to get better. But every morning I just get my bucket and pick up trash and go up the street to Toledo, because that's a no man's zone. But it's Christmas and it's supposed to be wonderful. People come because it's wonderful. And I know it's getting hard for some of the people, but parking is going to be a problem no matter what you do, I think. There's not a lot of parking on the cul-de-sacs because there's a lot of driveways there, and it's hard for people to make U-turn. But thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item?
My name's Keith Fournier, and I live down on Avenue H, the last house before Torrance. The barricade goes up in front of my house. Again, I want to start off by saying we enjoy the neighborhood, great people. We want people to come. I'm not trying to be ball humbug, but I think the mayor said it best. We're being blackmailed by Torrance, and we're getting screwed for it. You're going to sacrifice my parking, my family, on the north side of the street. Every one of those residents loses their parking, so Torrance can solve their problem. They haven't done, every time they do something, they eliminated parking on half their streets on one side. That's what caused this in the first place. Not us. They don't allow parking because of emergency vehicle, which is, we all know is BS. So those people now park over on our side. You do the parking permit, you're just taking the parking problem and pushing on the other side of Prospect. The police department has better things to do than come down there and do all this stuff. But they got the vendors, you've got the parking, the hit and runs on our cars when they're doing the U-turns. And I don't even want to go into Torrance, so apologize, but I retired from Torrance Police Department. I know what they do down there. I was the one signed up, making these sign-up sheets. They staff that on overtime only. There is no person assigned to that unless they're CLOs or somebody goes down there. So if it's signed up, someone will come down and work it. If it's not, it's empty. They don't have a set unit there. Minimum standards, minimum staffing. If there's ever a unit that needs to be pulled, they pull it off of this. So they have 7, 8 units in the field. If someone calls in 6, they pull that person out. So having them staff that, our barriers, which were put up because of them, is silly. I mean, to hope that they're gonna do anything, and if they don't show up, I have to personally call him at home, hope he calls or answers the phone, so he can call someone else, so he can call Torrance, so he can call the peer people to come put a blockade in that's been working for 35 years. I mean, does that make sense? It doesn't to me. Maybe I'm silly, but we've complicated this into something simple. Torrance caused a problem. We put the barriers up. Well, we didn't. The other people voted on it before I moved in. And now we're gonna change it all because we want trucking on Artesia? Come on, guys. We gotta think this through. There's a better solution than this. Thanks for your time. I know. Good luck with solving it.
Okay, anyone else?
Chris Roberts.
You gotta wait till you get to the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. Chris Roberts, I live on Avenue H, also on the south side of the street. Mostly just, I really don't think we should take down the barricade. I mean, I remember and was involved in that finally going up, and it has made a huge difference. And especially if we're going to lose all the parking on the other side of the street. And I think someone else said that the thing about the permits, and I can live with the permits if that's what we need to do, but I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. And for those of us who have family coming in for holidays, driving in, I have, 4 adult children and their families coming. Well, where do we put those cars? Because they're there for 2 or 3 days. So from 5 to 10 every night, then we need to move. But as I said, my biggest thing is please don't take down the
bollards.
Block. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone online?
Yeah, I have
Yes.
Kristen Gamil. Go ahead.
Yeah, Christian Gamble on Messina. I think taking down the blockades would be a massive mistake. I think everybody's made that very clear. I think the permits kind of miss the point of traffic is the problem. Parking isn't. If we take down the blockade, the traffic in the 2 cul-de-sacs is going to be disastrous. It's already a nightmare. It's not the parking that's the issue. It's people think they can get out that way. That's not going to change. So I think if we were to implement a pass system, I don't know what it would accomplish, to be blunt. And I think pegging it to drivers or to license plates is just silly. If you're going to require us to do this, let us have the discretion how we use it. The last speaker made a very important point. We have out-of-town guests. We have our in-laws come into town. They stay for a week. We're going to move the car every night. That's ridiculous, right? So I think last year's improvements were wonderful. I think this is kind of overthinking it and overplaying it. And I really don't like the idea of our neighborhood being a bargaining chip for something with Torrance. That's really frustrating and disappointing to hear, to be very blunt. That's all I have to say.
Anyone else?
Let's see, I think I have
Any more online?
Mark Nelson. Okay. He had his hand raised, but it might have been just left over from the last one. Okay, that's it, and there's no comments.
Okay, thanks. So based on what you heard, any changes you'd like to make to your motion?
We definitely heard a lot of people definitely against removing the bollards. The only, I represent, a district, we represent the whole city, and there's also a very vocal group of people that are impacted by the trucks all along Palos Verdes Boulevard. And if, yes, we can do a bargaining and impact a neighborhood, and yes, it would impact these people, I get that. 2 weeks out of the year, 3 weeks out of the year, that might be worth it if that'll help us enforce that truck route and keep more of those trucks off of Palos Verdes Boulevard. But I definitely get that. Yeah, I heard you. I get it. But it's a hard decision. But I think in this case, it would be worth it if we can use this as quid pro quo with Torrance and say, get that bicycle route going, deal with the truck routes, and we'll let you do this for a year. Because the other thing is, if this is a experiment and it does not work, but we've already gotten them commit to change the truck routes, they're not gonna put the truck routes back after a year. Because within 2 years or so, a lot of those truck routes are gonna be problematic because of the new law that's going in about warehouses and truck routes through residential neighborhoods.
Whatever your preference is on this, I'll support it. And the city manager's indicated he'll provide some flexibility on how to handle things, so.
I'd like to hear from the rest of the council, hear your opinions too, though.
Councilmember Abaji has his hand up.
So I was not super tuned to all the details about where parking would not be allowed in the parking passes, because I just thought we'd go with what you wanted, Councilmember Waller. I might suggest a friendly amendment to your motion to require a written MOU with Torrance that requires that they put a human on the one-way street. In addition, that includes an agreement regarding the truck routes there, and a provision that if a person does not show up one day, then the bollard is going to completely block off the street. Because I am empathetic to the anxiety that I'm hearing from these residents about a failure in the blockade. Or barricade, whatever it is. And it's, if it ain't broke, why fix it? I think that's what we're hearing from them. Yeah. But I admire and I appreciate what you're trying to achieve in solving multiple solutions in your district. That we've had, by the way, the press reaching out to the city for comment about why we're ignoring the other residents in District 1, why we're purportedly ignoring residents in District 1 regarding the truck routes, an issue caused by Torrance. I don't want to cater to Torrance. They have never done more or less anything for us on our request. I've gone to their chambers before. I've gotten just 1 minute. They come here, ask us to put our gun range indoors. We try to do that. We appropriate money to do that, to make it better for their schools. Their school there, we're willing to work with them, but they haven't really been doing anything for us. So I think it's time for them to start working with us. Otherwise, we'll just keep doing what serves our residents.
I'm happy to accept the friendly amendment.
Thanks. Okay. And the seconder?
Yeah, you have to agree to the friendly amendment.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
I have a substitute motion.
Can I call somebody first?
Phone a friend? Phone a friend?
Yeah, I help line from a friend. I just want to call the chief up for a second. I saw you nodding your head during some of the testimony. I just wanted to get your perspective on all of this, since it's going to impact your folks.
Thank you. I was hoping I was going to get called up. So obviously I'm very familiar with this area, and I've dealt with it in a variety of capacities, the last several as the chief. And last year we made some different adjustments based on the vendors being pushed out. We had an increase in code enforcement. We issued more citations, and I think that we made a positive improvement in some of the concerns that were there for sure. The parking pass issue, maybe it's a solution, maybe it's not. The enforcement will be challenging, I'm not gonna lie, because typically with like the parking meters, it's a sticker on the back of the car. Parking enforcement's able to drive down a block, look for the stickers. If there isn't one, then they can get out. If the meter's expired, write a ticket. If this is something on the dash or a hang tag, it's gonna require the parking enforcement officer to get out of the car, likely go up to the dash with a flashlight. It's gonna be dark, look into every single vehicle. If you're talking 100 vehicles, that can be a significant amount of time. 38 days at 5 hours a day, that's 190 hours. So that's 2 full-time, part-time parking enforcement people. So even at a modest rate, that's probably $10,000 out of our budget for that, which would be a challenge. We can do it. We can certainly do it, but that's going to take services away from other areas of the city and require rescheduling for sure. As far as the bollard issue, I understand the negotiation that's going on back and forth, but I think it's going to be very, very challenging. And, if you do an MOU, I would highly suggest you don't say put a human being there, because they're going to put a security guard there or something that they can pay $15 an hour that doesn't have any enforcement capability. It needs to be a police officer. It needs to be somebody dressed like me, but with Torrance patches that can actually make enforcement if they're violating a do not enter sign. 190 hours, even at a modest overtime rate, you're probably looking at about $31,000 to cover that for the entire period. A significant expense, and the retired Torrance officer makes some good points about the staffing. I mean, that's what I would do. If I had somebody at an intersection like that and all of a sudden we have a serious traffic collision or a violent crime, I'm gonna say, okay, that's the first person to go. And we'll deal with that later. That's how we triage. That's how we do those types of things.
I thought you'd deploy our drone first.
Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be fun to watch, I suppose, but it's not gonna do much from an enforcement standpoint.
I'm just kidding.
And as far as the traffic, I mean, arguably, I think that it could make it worse because, I mean, I don't want to say exactly which street I live on, but let's just say I can see that from my house. And the traffic down there is so bad for hours and hours on end. Once those ballards are open, that traffic on Avenue H going westbound is going to back up at Prospect, and all those cars are going to be lined up in front of these houses, honking their horns, blasting music, getting out. And a lot of people, the majority of the people in the vehicles, because I never drive down there, aren't from the area. So as they start going westbound on Avenue H, they're going to think they can turn down Messina and Circle and get out that way. And now you're going to have all these cars in those 3 dead ends trying to figure out how to get back. And the parking pass does not prohibit people from driving in. It just prohibits people from parking there. So people are still going to be coming in, and then they're going to be trying to fight to make a U-turn to get out. And what are they going to be doing? They're going to be calling the Redondo Beach Police saying, we have a traffic mess. We need more enforcement down here, and drawing our resources away. I mean, I think there's something that can be done, but it is going to be a challenge. And without the cooperation from Torrance with the bollards, it's going to be calling Public Works saying, we need the bollards back in. Well, you know, Director Wingy said they show up at 5 p.m. and they show up at 10 p.m. 5 p.m. to put them in and 10 p.m. to take them out. So if at 8 o'clock, it's like no Torrance officer showed up, what are we going to do about it? Well, I don't know. But there are a lot of factors to consider there. And I understand the frustration from the residents. You know, we're trying to do what we can within reason with the staffing that we have to keep a positive environment down there. But it will be challenging with some of these things. The expectations for enforcement, if it's an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, or the potential traffic implications if those ballots are removed. So
what's your recommendation?
Well, I mean, I just wanted to provide context for some of the things that are being discussed. I mean, this is a policy call on the part of the council, and it's not an easy one, quite frankly. So I wanted to at least provide my professional opinion as being a police officer in this city for over 31 years and having dealt with that in a variety of capacities. I think I offer a unique perspective. So it's a challenging decision, and I just wanted to be able to very clearly offer my feedback on that.
If you were king, would you keep it as is or some modified hybrid of what we've already heard?
Well, I do think that opening up the traffic pattern is going to create an unknown burden that will likely result in a significant challenge for us. And quite frankly, could make emergency response even more difficult because it could cause increased congestion down there. I can see the concerns for the parking passes by the residents and all that parking being occupied. And maybe there's some sort of a reasonable way to do that. And I think that as long as the expectation is kept at a realistic level as far as enforcement, I can't put somebody down there for 5 hours a day, 7 days a week. We just don't have those types of resources with all the other issues going on in the city. But, you know, we could have people pass through a few times a night and check and do what we can to make sure that the word gets out. And I think that with signage, big signboard at the entrance of Avenue H and Prospect, temporary signs like we put up for Super Bowl Sunday saying permit parking only these hours. Hopefully the people that want to follow the rules will realize, oh, things have changed, I can't park here anymore. So there may be something reasonable as a first step there. But again, I understand this is a policy call because of the negotiations going on with Torrance, because of, you know, the work that we're doing on the truck routes in Palos Verdes Boulevard, which I feel we've gone above and beyond trying to work on that issue. So anyways, thank you for calling me up. I wanted to at least offer my perspective on it. I know it's a difficult decision, but I think I bring a unique perspective.
I appreciate your insight, Chief.
And I question, I guess I'd call it. If this does, you know, if we went through with this and were able to get the agreement with Torrance to end the truck route, so Palos Verdes Boulevard is never a truck route, is there an offset to the amount of effort that you've been putting in? Because I know it's been many hours done to deal with that. The fact that enforcement of the truck route would be a lot easier and everything else. Is there an impact to that? You know, because you're looking at the whole city as opposed to just at that 2 weeks and a half.
Sure, I think that we probably provide more enforcement on that Palos Verdes Boulevard corridor than any other street in the entire city. So I think we would still continue to provide a significant amount of enforcement there. We would just be able to write the truck route citations for the vehicles that are traveling westbound as opposed to only eastbound because of the signage, and it would be a more enforceable violation. Right now, the majority of the citations are stop signs at Alberta and PV, or speeding on PV Boulevard, you know, on the other side of Prospect as it leads into Torrance there. So the enforcement efforts are going to continue. The presence of law enforcement is going to continue. The joint operations with CHP for truck route inspections, those are going to continue. It's just that we would be able to write more truck route citations, and hopefully over time, this isn't the type of problem that's going to be solved overnight, but once that truck route is properly signed and we're able to conduct more enforcement for all those vehicles, the trucks don't want to get citations, and eventually they're going to be rerouting. It just takes a little bit of time.
I don't want to get too far into that. That's not the topic.
Sure.
And I think I'm done with my questions for you, Chief. I talked to Ryan a little bit about the message board signs and said, you know, offered him latitude, whether it be, you know, you will be towed, resident parking only, whatever the message is. That's not something for us to figure out the messages, but
anything else for the chief?
No, I think I'm good for the
Anybody else have a question for the chief before? Okay, thanks, chief. Appreciate your input.
So I think if Ryan can come up with some imaginative messaging for our various message boards, and we have enough coverage there on Prospect and Avenue H to let people know, no entry for, resident parking only, you will be towed, you'll be cited, whatever the right messages are. I think that can help alleviate the fact that people won't be looking for parking in there if we have the signage at the appropriate intersections to keep people that are either exiting Avenue H, exit only for the people leaving Avenue H, you must go straight, so they don't go looking through that neighborhood for a secret exit, things like that.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajevic has been waiting patiently.
I'm going to make a substitute motion, but I did want to ask a clarifying question. When you were speaking with residents, was it preferred to have the preferential parking, or you said they were kind of indifferent? But
I would say definitely more people.
It seems that everyone liked the roundabout. That was fun. And what happened last year seemed like was also a step up from years before.
Yeah, I will say that Avenue H was definitely more indifferent to the need for the parking permits.
Okay.
And obviously more against the removal of the bollards.
Okay.
But on Messina and Circle is where I saw pretty strong preferences for the preferential parking permit. And moderate acceptance of the removal of the bollard.
Okay, and so your motion was to go with the permit parking?
Yes.
An MOU.
With an MOU to Torrance.
Strongly worded, requiring Torrance police officer presence at a minimum, one officer, et cetera,
So, as I said, I give strong deference to you. This is your district. My substitute motion will be to also do the preferential parking for residents only, and I will give discretion to staff as to how best to do that. Obviously, signage, as you discussed, very important in this, but I would say for this year, let's keep the bollards up. Let's discuss with Torrance that this is something that we were potentially open to, but we need a conversation. There are other things that we need to discuss, and they're staying up this year. And we'll just say, so that is my motion.
I'd second that motion. We don't need to jump to do what they want. I think we can start a process of cooperation, collaboration towards common solutions.
Right. We can let them know this discussion happened. There was an openness to potential discussion as to how this might happen, but not this year.
And I just wanted to interject with both motions. It appears that you would like to amend the ordinance to say in subsection E, in the way that these permits are being issued, that you're going to give latitude to staff to come up with a process. I think that is a substantive change to the ordinance such that it cannot be introduced tonight. We would have to amend the ordinance and come back. Initially, when the mayor asked if we could just delete the subsection E3, which related to providing a maximum of 3 preferential permits per address, I think that could have been deleted. But if you're going to change the entire permitting scheme, that is a substantive change, and we would have to come back. I'd have to rewrite that and then come back for first reading the next meeting, which is the 14th?
Next Tuesday.
So can I just make a comment on the guest pass part?
You have the next hand up, so.
Okay, well, before you, so I was, thinking about the comments from the audience about guest parking, and, it's the holidays, so of course you have family coming home, lots of people from out of town. I think we could delete the 3 and just let it be up to the residents as to how many parking passes they needed. Because again, like they said, the parking for the residents really isn't the issue. And I don't think there's a high risk with these permits because it's only effectively 1 month that they would be sold, you know, to other people from outside the neighborhood. Because usually the visitors coming in are just coming in one day to see the lights, and they're not showing up every week, as opposed to permits around the high school where you could have someone in the neighborhood who works in the neighborhood who would want to buy a permit from a resident. So I think the risk of, you know, call it the black market of parking permits is very low. But so we can, you know, give the residents as many parking permits as they need, whether it's for nannies or relatives or kids coming in from college that'll be home over the holidays. And I think it's important that, you know, we keep that flexible for the neighborhood. So
I would be open to that, and if there's a problem, I'm sure we're going to hear about next year.
or sooner.
So could I amend my motion then to accept the ordinance as you has written it, but removing the numerical number of parking permits?
Correct. So that would be subsection E3, and it currently states a maximum of 3 preferential parking permits shall be issued for each address located in the TSPP zone. That would be deleted.
What
Correct.
about E4? Is that also non-substantive if you removed that one, which is the associated with the license plate?
Yeah, that's the part I think we need a little more flexibility. I would suggest that we get your comments and we come back with reintroduction next week. That doesn't cost us any time.
Okay, so we can
Let's
still
not
implement
wordsmith
this
it
in
today.
a timely manner.
I would like to have a little more opportunity to think through how we implement the program if we're going to do it. But I got to be candid, if we're not thinking about adjusting the bollard, I guess I would ask, is the permit program necessary? And are we just creating something? That was, the intention of the permit program was to mitigate potentially the impacts of through traffic coming westbound on Avenue H. If we're not going to do that, I don't necessarily think we need to implement the permit program. So that's.
What about out of city people parking there and then walking in?
They said it wasn't a big part.
Well, I mean, what I'm hearing from the residents is that's not been a massive issue for us currently based on what we implemented last year. So I don't, the two were in tandem to try to resolve the impacts potentially of the through traffic. I'm not sure we necessarily need the latter if we're gonna pump the brakes on the bollard exchange.
But just to be clear, what's your motion, Councilman?
Well, now it just keeps changing.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this is this is a discussion. So
for next year to see how it goes again this year with the old.
Yeah, you know, this is clear that this is an imposition on this community every year, and we're addressing it in creative ways every year.
Trying.
You know, we have roundabouts and parking permits, and we are really trying to address it. But sometimes through this process, sometimes we just miss the mark. So I will amend the motion then, because I do think it's important not to put the ballot, to take them down this year and have that discussion with Torrance.
Not
to remove them, but to install them as we have every year for the last 35 plus years, but engage Torrance. So I will say that the motion is to leave the ballards up this year, and also it seems that because we're doing that, we don't have a resident permit parking pass. And direct staff
to work on an MOU for next year regarding, right? Or no?
No, we need a discussion with Torrance before we would do that.
Well, an MOU, that's the start of a discussion, isn't it? Like regarding the bollards and truck routes and.
I think we'll have, that's not going to be part of my motion because I think we need to talk to their council first. It seems like staff has been talking to our staff, but I think the direction needs to come from the leadership. So that will be
still
not
second?
Sure. Well, I'll say this. I'll second it, but if you vote against it, I will vote no against it.
I'm not quite sure what the motion is other than
The
saying
motion is to
not
keep
do
it
anything.
as is.
So the motion is to
keep it as is.
Not do anything.
And to engage
Basically.
for next year.
I think to simplify it, it'll be the same closure plan as last year.
Yes. Can that also include the roundabout? It seemed very popular.
It's last year, yeah.
yeah, that's the same program. We would roll out The same roundabout.
Yeah.
And
It was a big hit with
had to
Avenue
say
H.
it.
all the signs that you've mentioned in the staff report will go up, right?
Yes, and then you mentioned, putting up more signs, I think, at the Avenue H and Prospect intersection. We're maxed out on the messaging there.
Okay.
Yeah,
No outlet, 5 to 10.
It's like a Sleepy Hollow light show all unto itself. Yeah.
But we'll take that input and I think what we did last year seemed to help. So if we're not making changes, then we probably keep the same messages.
Yeah.
I will.
Social media coordinator.
And to put out, yes, I would love to make part of my motion to include some social media blurb about, this is resident parking, or
But it's not
not
now.
mandatory, but there's no access to
That's
that
my only worry.
street there.
Is that
Yeah, we'll push the social media side of the traffic flow if that's.
Hashtags, all that stuff to try to get it in line of the people who are coming to visit the site.
Press releases.
But it still doesn't address
Channel 5
the
News.
parking issue for the residents of Messina and Circle. They'll be as impacted as they have been.
Okay.
There is another option.
Oh my God.
Which may not be highly supported, but there isn't anything that would prohibit us from trying it on a couple of night a week basis as opposed to a 7-night. I mean, we could test the baller concept in small doses. I mean, I know that's not going to be popular with everybody who's down here today, but in terms of trying to move forward with conversations with Torrance, that would be a more meaningful step. This action tonight, which I very much wondered if this would be the outcome following the input from the community, it will stymie the progress on the truck routes. We won't, I don't think, make meaningful gains this year in that respect, based on the conversations we've had thus far. So perhaps this flips it. Perhaps they have to make the first move. But the truck route issue for us it's significant and it is severe.
It is. And if this is so important to Torrance, why has their council not called me?
Well,
Or called.
Well, no, I have.
That's where this started.
I've had a number of conversations with Councilmember Matucci about this.
Yeah, that's where this started.
That's how this started.
Yeah.
I talked to him about the truck routes, and his response was allowing that exit on Avenue H.
You're out of order, sir. You're out of order, sir. I'm asking you to follow decorum.
Okay.
So, it did come up from a Torrance council member discussion directly with us or with me. So, and then the parking has been something that, predates me on this, of residents asking for parking solutions.
Yeah. Well, I know you've done a lot of outreach on it, and these are not easy solutions.
That's why we haven't solved it yet, right? I mean, the other option is you table it tonight. We go back to Torrance this week. We lay out what we've heard from the residents, which has been very clear. And if the reception is, hey, this is it's a take it or leave it scenario, we put a pin in it and we table it a year.
Substitute. Table discussion for 1 week. Reach out to Torrance. Let them know it's do or die right now. We need an agreement on everything.
Firm offer from them.
I'll second that.
All right.
I think that makes sense at this point.
Let's get some decorum here. Are you finished?
I am, thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you. I was going to ask the city manager for his thoughts and any other options. He's given those, yes, sir, which is appreciated. Anything else you'd like us to keep in mind or consider?
This is obviously a balance test issue for all of you. We've known about this, this policy call for many years. It's the residents have suffered the impacts of the wonderful holiday light display. They put up with it. It's also nice, I think, on certain occasions. It's something that Torrance has reached out to us on many times over the years. I mean, probably the first time we've had formalized overture from the city council member to formally request that we consider this in some time. I know the ballers have been a point of frustration for the city of Torrance since we've been deploying them as a community. because it obviously impacts their neighborhood as a result. But it's their holiday light show, not ours. So that's, it's a self-inflicted wound, if you will. So I think we should keep talking. I do think the only way this works is if Torrance is fully on board and they commit the resources that are essential to make it work. It's difficult to guarantee that based on what we've heard tonight. We feel the same. I think it's worth going back to them one more time to lay out our concerns. And if we get no traction, we'll report back and we won't have this on. We'll table it for the year.
Okay.
I have a concern. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to ask, and Councilmember Waller, did you second?
I seconded that.
Okay, then let's do it. But subject
I'm
to what you have to
sensitive
say.
to what the chief said and some of the talk here about the costs of this. Seems like we're going to bear the cost of something we're doing on behalf of Torrance. So is it fair to ask them to fund the Delta if we're going to open this up and it requires more police hours? And let's face it, if they're not going to man it, we're going to have to pay somebody to.
Well, candidly, if they don't man it, that's one of the things, the flexible points I would love for us to have is if they don't man it, we stop the program. We put the bollards back up.
I can see how this is going to, even if everything goes well, it's going to affect the traffic intersection there at H and Prospect.
It will.
And we're probably going to have to put an officer out there directing traffic. Is there a way to recoup costs from? Is it reasonable to ask?
I do think it's reasonable to ask. I think if as part of the egress scenario, that's actually something Councilmember Waller has brought up, is if it creates impacts at both the bollard location and at Prospect, presumably it's fair for us to request resources to address both.
I feel like we're getting all the negatives out of this.
Right.
They get the nice light show, they get people coming through their town. Their residents get the big boost to they like their Sleepy Hollow thing. We get the traffic and parking issues, and we get the increased cost of enforcement and trying to make this thing work. And that doesn't seem like a good partnership. There's no incentive us there other than quid pro quo.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. Which is why for 35 years we put the ballers up. And that is the easy solution for us.
So I just asked the reimbursement for cost, and we should have some kind of estimate. Chief came up with some off the top of his head there.
That was for parking enforcement.
Parking, yeah.
That's because
No, but that was parking enforcement. That was not
If this
traffic.
substitute to the substitute motion passes, this conversation can happen with you, and if you'd like another council member to be there.
I'm just asking
then
that
we can
cost
do that,
reimbursement.
and
I think it's a
gotta
fair.
wait to-
I think it's a fair inquiry.
Don't say me because they hate me.
So we have a substitute to the substitute motion, which is to continue this item. It looks like you have a question.
Just to clarify what the substitute to the substitute is it last year's model is assumed unless we hear otherwise from Torrance within the next week? Is that?
Well,
in which case we bring
they're
it
not
back to
making the call. Ultimately, it's whether there's going to be significant progress, movement towards a truck route, a holistic agreement for District 1, right? Is that it?
Yeah, I think the idea is we're tabling this, it'll come back. So you're not changing anything until it comes back next week where this could fail again.
And what we may bring back, if we get no traction from Torrance, we'll bring back our traditional closure resolution, which simply installs the bollards during the holiday period as we always have, and we'll implement last year's plan. So it'll be one of two items next week, depending on what we hear from Torrance.
So the responsibility will be on Torrance. If they want to have this, they're going to have to step up quickly. Which speed of government, who knows?
And the ordinances drafted tonight would be the one you want back. There's no minor changes, or
we'll be making changes to that too, based on the program. If we come back with the proposed permit program,
two away.
We're going to need more flexibility. We'll adjust the ordinance and go forward based on what we hear.
Okay, and just one last thing for your thinking is the holiday starts November 28th. We need 30 days after the second reading, so that backs us up to the October 21st meeting as kind of the last chance this year to implement something.
Or a late start.
Or I'd say, or the permits end up starting
The
December.
first 5 days or whatever.
Yep, okay.
Okay, we have a substitute to the substitute. I'm not going to pretend to I guess we're continuing it, tabling it till next meeting with some discussions to take place. So
Yeah, city manager's going to work on getting traction to achieve
what the mayor and others have expressed as far as some type of partnership on these issues, and you'll employ and deploy and involve Councilmember Waller as needed and at his request.
And I will attempt to schedule a meeting with myself, another one of our board, council members, and representatives from Torrance.
Okay. We should see them presumably at Cal Cities this week.
Okay, quit heading to this, quick.
Okay, but one other thing, I don't want to guarantee that it comes back next week necessarily. If we don't have luck communicating and connecting with Torrance, we may have this back on the 28th, so, or 21st.
The motion maker's fine.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, unanimous, the motion carries. Okay. Next item. N2, possible action regarding a concessionary agreement with Made by Meg Hospitality.
I know.
Director House.
Welcome back.
Good evening. Welcome back. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Elizabeth House, Community Services Director. With me, I have Kelly Orta, our Deputy Director over at Community Services. As you can tell by my voice, it's my first day back at work after a trip somewhere very, very cold. So if my voice gives out, Kelly will hop in and finish the presentation for us. Tonight, we are presenting the concessionaire agreement for the Veterans Historic Library. It is with Made by Meg, and the team is here with us tonight. We are very excited to be able to present this to you tonight. It's been 3 years of work and put into this. So with that, we'll go ahead and present to you some of the background. As you know, the facility, the Historic Library, is a landmark building. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. From 1930 to 1991, it did serve as the city's main library, and in 91 there was an earthquake, and that required that we do some retrofitting to the building, and so the main library was rebuilt next to City Hall, and the historic library was worked on and retrofitted, and in 1995 an RFP was released to attain proposals for catering and management operations of the facility. In 1996, the contract for management operations was awarded to Spectrum Holding, and that contract went through 2013. It was renewed in 2013 until 2020 when it expired. In 2020, it was not renegotiated and no RFP was released because we were in the middle of the pandemic and that business just wasn't viable at the time. But as the pandemic restrictions were lifted in 2022, staff came to council with a draft RFP to release. It did mirror the former Spectrum terms and conditions, but at that time, council wanted to revisit exactly how we use the space. They did want to make it more accessible to the public, more community-facing and open to everyone to use. And so staff was directed to do some extensive community outreach. We did a survey, we did 2 open houses, we connected with the commissions, and we collected all this feedback and fed it into an updated RFP that was presented to the council in the middle of 2022. Council gave us the green light to release the RFP, which we did later that year. And then we presented the 2 responding proposals to council in 2023. At that time, council wanted the 2 responsive proposers to come back once more with even more information on how they can open up the facility to community even more. Out of those 2 proposers, Made by Meg did provide the most responsive documentation, and council gave us the green light to go ahead and begin, green light, begin negotiations with Made by Meg to bring us to where we are today, which is a proposed agreement. On the screen, we're going to go through a few terms, key terms in our agreement with Made by Meg, the proposed agreement. I will go through them, but if at any point you want me to pause and you have any questions, please let me know. The first one is the term length. It is 10 years with an option to extend to additional 5-year terms, so altogether 20 years. The second term of the agreement that was pretty key to the council was the opening of cafe. It'll be open for a minimum 4 hours daily, Wednesday through Sunday, so the public has access to that part of the facility. In terms of exterior use, Made by Meg will have access to the north and west lawns, but the city will have exclusive use of the north lawn if we have any special events that we want to hold there. In terms of the city use of the interior of the facility, we can reserve space in the facility or the use of the facility up to 2 years in advance. We're going to do it 14 days in a row if we want to do something like an art exhibit, but no more than 45 days total per year. In terms of cultural commitments, things that we definitely wanted our new agreement to have within it to make sure that the public had consistent access to the space. MBM will organize and present at least 4 rotating art and historical exhibits annually. They're going to hold community-focused events, and as part of reopening the facility, they're the ones that will be organizing an opening day celebration for the community. When it comes to parking, want to make sure that there weren't any major impacts. There is very little parking there. So what MBM will do for their events is that they will coordinate valet, shuttle services, or offsite parking as needed, all 3 if necessary. In terms of facility improvements, MBM will be investing close to $900,000 in interior improvements, including but not limited to ADA improvements and a complete renovation of the kitchen and bathrooms. To acknowledge this investment, they will be granted up to $325,000 in credit in the first 2 years of their agreement with the city, and I will demonstrate this in a sample report later on in this presentation, so you see how that might be captured on a regular basis. In terms of upkeep, Made by Meg will also be maintaining the major facility systems, including HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. And to recognize this work, the city will be providing a credit of $3,500 monthly. And in terms of ongoing investment into the facility and the business, 1% of annual net annual sales will be going towards future improvements at the facility, and then 2.5% of net annual sales will be going towards marketing of the facility and events there. One of the primary terms, of course, is rent paid to the city. The structure is very similar to other leaseholds that the city holds. It is minimum rent that the city is guaranteed to receive. And then there's also a percentage collected across the 4 categories you see up there on the screen. If at any point during a quarter, MBM doesn't perform too great, which we don't anticipate, but let's say they have an underperforming quarter, they calculate 15% at the end of the quarter, and it's under what we requested them in terms of minimum rent, the city still receives the minimum quarterly rent. So as you see in the first year, it starts at $125,000. It's an escalating format, so by year 10, we're receiving $320,000 in minimum rent. And what I wanted to do was just walk you through what this looks like on a quarterly basis, giving all the terms we just went over. So you see the 4 categories up there. This is all just numbers staff made up, so it's not anything firm, but let's say quarter 1 is January through March. Those are the revenues they collect for those 4 categories that we collect on. You'll see the 15% collected across those 4 categories. All the way on the right-hand side, you see the total, which is $87,750. What the city does is collect minimum rent at the beginning of each quarter, so that's the $31,250. So essentially $56,500 is what's owed to the city at the end of the quarter in percentage rent. Out of that, we owe them that $3,500 in facility management credit, so $10,500. And you'll see what's owed to the city at the end of all that is $46,000. Now, if you remember earlier in the slides, I showed the terms that we would provide them a $325,000 facility improvement credit. So if this is within year 1 or year 2, that $46,000 would go towards that $325,000 credit. And staff, as well as MBM, would be keeping track of that to make sure we know when we hit that credit limit within the first 2 years. Are there any questions on that? Okay, great. Just wanted to go over some of the improvements coming to the facility in terms of what MBM will be doing for the historic library. The interior improvements will include minor things like carpet replacement and painting, but also major upgrades to the restroom and a full renovation of the kitchen. They are also undertaking interior ADA improvements. In terms of city improvements, as many of you know, we've already installed a new roof. We have serviced the elevators and HVAC systems. We are in the midst of replacing all the windows at the facility, but we're also able to use some grant funding to move forward with all the required ADA improvements on the exterior of the building as well. So this building will be a brand new building next time the public steps into it, which is very exciting. We are optimistic. We hope and are planning on having all these improvements completed by June 30th, 2026. That is assuming no construction or permit delays. Once facility improvements are completed, there's a 6-month window within which MBM will go ahead and plan and organize a big opening day celebration for the community to come out to see the new facility.
So just one quick question on that. So the plan is to have it open by June 30th?
To have facility improvements completed by June 30, 2026.
And then open within the next 6 months?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that a new accessibility ramp on the outside?
Yes, it is.
Awesome.
Yeah. In terms of fiscal impact, funding for the city's improvements were captured in the CIP program. For the window replacement, and I believe the roof replacement as well. We also used some HUD funding, which we didn't note in here, to help with that. And then Measure A will be funding the ADA improvements to the exterior. In terms of revenue, just based on minimum rent over the initial 10-year term, that would be around $2.2 million. That's just minimum rent, plus whatever percentage rent above that they are able to generate for us. We anticipate at a very conservative rate of them increasing their sales by 3% every year, that could amount to around $2 million on top of the 2.2. So that's our initial estimates for that. Our recommendation is that the council approve the proposed concessionary agreement with Made by Meg for the Veterans Historic Library facility. And the team is here. If you'd like them to say a few words, they're happy to step up and share their thoughts.
Well, thank you, Director House, for all the work you put in, as well as Kelly. I know the City Attorney's Office, Christine Shin is here, and others. Thank you. And thank you, Made by Meg and team. We're all very excited that you believe in and are investing in our city, and we're excited at the prospect of having an amazing amenity out here on our waterfront. So thank you for that. Would you like to come up and say a few words on your project or any other matter related to this?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
All right.
All the way up? Yes, okay.
It goes higher.
It goes up more?
It goes up, it's just slow.
6 feet tall, you gotta, raise the podium here. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Meg Walker, and I'm the owner of Made by Meg Catering. It's an honor to be here for this meaningful milestone, the signing and official start of, hopefully, official start of the Made by Meg as steward of the Redondo Beach Historic Library. This building is far more than a venue. It's a cherished piece of the city's history, standing along our coastline since 1930, as generations of families, couples, and neighbors have gathered here for life's special moments. We're deeply grateful to the city of Redondo Beach for your partnership, trust, and commitment to preserving this landmark through recent improvements like new windows, a new roof, and more, allowing us to keep it as part of a living part of the community's heritage. A little bit about us. We're a local company headquartered in Torrance with a team buzzing to bring our energy to the library after 3 years of anticipation. We're very excited. Since opening our doors in 2007, we've steadily grown, and we recently have earned a spot on Inc. 5000's list of fastest growing companies. We've also earned a few awards this year, Best Caterer for California Wedding Day in Los Angeles, Daily Breeze's Favorite Caterer in 24 and 25, and Best of Zola's Venue in 2025 for La Venta Inn, which is a historic site we currently manage in Palos Verdes Estates. We envision the library alive with weddings, anniversaries, milestone celebrations, galas, commemorations, parent socials, and which will be enhanced by our locally sourced seasonal cuisine and sustainable practices. As operators, we are going to handle all the fiscal responsibilities for maintenance, expenses, and updates, and we'll be drawing on our previous experience and expertise that we have gained at La Venta Inn. To demonstrate our commitment, as Elizabeth so wonderfully enumerated here, we're investing immediately in renovations. We'll be doing kitchen upgrades, new carpet, new paint, bathroom remodels, and new equipment. Looking ahead, we are establishing accrual funds for ongoing improvements, marketing campaigns, social media, and facility enhancements. And we invite you to follow our progress on Instagram. We are at Redondo Beach Historic Library, all laid out, and to visit redondobeachhistoriclibrary.com to learn more, submit your inquiries, and join our event waitlist. On behalf of our team, thank you for entrusting us with this legacy, and we're thrilled to welcome residents and visitors to experience the beauty, history, and heart of Redondo Beach through the Historic Library. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, do you have any questions?
Any questions?
I think we've asked them over the past.
I mean, this has been a long time here, so there's been a lot of back and forth. I
Did you bring
appreciate
any
your
samples
perseverance.
Did I bring any samples? No, I did not, not today.
Appreciate you sticking with the project, and you're getting one of our neatest assets in the city with that historic library, and I look forward to it reopening. I used to come home after my Air Force duty, and I lived right on Esplanade there, walked across the street, and I'd read the Daily Breeze every day over in the big picture windows when it was still a library. And so I missed when it was gone, and then it was open as a catering place, not catering, event space. Took advantage of that, but it's been closed for so long. I'm looking forward to it reopening, and I trust that you'll do a great job with it. So
thank you so
looking
much.
forward to great things from you.
Me too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Councilmember Obaji has his hand up.
I'll second that motion, but I just want to
Just make it clear, what was your motion? Motion to approve?
Yes, my motion is to approve the concessionaire agreement with MBM Hospitality, Inc. for use of the Veterans Park Historic Library facility.
And you second.
Second. I just want to say thank you. I'm over the moon to see this, to use Ms. Orta's phraseology. Thank you to Attorney Shen. Thank you, Director House, Ms. Orta, for working so hard, and obviously Made by Meg. Made by Meg, for those who are not familiar, she catered the candidates forum hosted at the Historic Library, and it was excellent. There were even gluten-free options for folks, vegan options, you name it. So I think she's a great concessionaire to be there at this historic venue, and it's going to bring great things to the area, and excited to see it happen. Thanks for the investment.
Okay, anyone else? Councilmember Waller.
Yeah, I too, I was hoping to make the motion, but you beat me to it. Look forward to this, enthusiastic. I remember voting in that library when I first moved to Redondo Beach. That used to be a voting location. So it's great to have something that our public will be able to see, particularly in District 1, that I get asked about that place every time anybody talks to me. Constituents always want to know, when's it going to open, when's it going to open? So it's nice if I can say, yes, it will be open by whatever, instead of, well, we're negotiating. So I'm very happy to support this.
Okay. No other hands up, so I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Yes. Congratulations. Okay, item N3, discussion and possible action regarding updating the city flag with new logo and incorporating the new logo on other city-maintained flags and pennants. Oh, Jane's running in at the last minute.
She just magically appears.
All right. Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Jane Chung with the City Manager's Office. The item before you is the discussion and possible action regarding updating the city flag with a new logo and incorporating the new logo on other city-maintained flags and pennants. Tonight's presentation will include the following: a brief overview of the current city flag and the new city logo, a breakdown of estimated costs for updating the city-maintained flags and pennants, followed by 3 potential design options for the City Council's consideration. Ooh, excuse me. And then we'll conclude the presentation with staff's recommendations. So the current city flag displayed in council chambers, or usually is displayed in council chambers, was introduced in 1999 through a citywide contest initiated by City Council member Bob Pinsler. The winning design was created by Redondo Beach Union High School art student Vanessa Pons. In addition to the standing flag in City Council chambers, the city also maintains 10 additional flagpoles throughout the city, including parks, our libraries, fire stations, the pier, and the Civic Center. The city also maintains 22 colored pennants along International Boardwalk. Banners throughout the city are provided by local business associations, and the city supplies and maintains the mounting hardware. In July 2024, the City Council adopted an official new logo following a community design competition, and the city received 199 submissions from 76 applicants and selected a design submitted by Stellan Design LLC, which you can see on the slide in front of you. Earlier this year, the City Council added this item to our strategic plan, as well as appropriated $10,000 as part of the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
Before you leave that, you say there's 10 flags. We don't have 10 city flags flying anywhere right now.
No, 10 flag poles that the
So
city
these are
maintains.
10 where we fly American flags.
Correct.
And we'd fly a city flag, would be American flag, California flag, city flag?
That could be an option.
That's
yeah.
the proper protocol. So,
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Staff obtained quotes from 2 local flag production vendors. The table before you is a breakdown of associated costs from the lowest price vendor. The lowest bid totaled $8,285, which includes a new standing pole for the City Council chambers. As I mentioned earlier, during the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget discussions, the City Council approved a $10,000 appropriation to replace pennants along the International Boardwalk. At that time, the City Council directed staff to replace half of the pennants this fiscal year and the remainder next fiscal year. However, with the second quote that we received, all updates to city flags and pennants could be completed within the approved budget based on competitive pricing. These are 3 design options for the City Council's consideration. All flags will be double-sided, ensuring the new logo is displayed and clearly visible from both sides in both directions and maintains a consistent professional appearance across all display locations. I'll just take a moment to pause here.
Bad background for these flags.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't look so great on the presentation
City
slide.
colors.
It would have been nice if we had Jordis here to tell us which one of those she prefers
I
too.
texted her.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, I will proceed. So staff's recommendation is to request City Council direction on the following. 1, guidance on the number of flags and/or pennants to replace with a new city logo. And 2, selection of one of the 3 design options or direction to develop a 4th option based on City Council's feedback tonight. This concludes staff's recommendation. We're available to answer any questions you have, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. As far, when you said about the flagpole, you mean these kind of, not the flagpoles outside?
Both.
You said replacing
Oh, flagpoles, I
$200 to
apologize.
replace.
Yes, the standing
So
flagpole.
we have an empty one and we have the one the old flag was on, so I'm not sure. I mean, it's only $200, but why, we don't need more lances to joust with or anything like that. So,
We certainly can reuse the lances.
yeah,
Yes.
so,
And one other option I think you could consider here too, if it's a challenge to pick one of those 3 options, we could fabricate all 3, have a physical version to let you see them too
I hate
before
to kick the
committing.
can down the
but-
road. I think we get the picture.
Yeah, that's
No pun intended. I'll tell you my personal preference is the colored version, not the all-white version, because I think
3 or 2?
it's much more beautiful, and I'm agnostic as to the background. I'm not sure how long Councilmember Kalajerovich is in, but what she opined on, is she coming back? What she opined on is for the pennants to get a third color, so we could go white, dark blue with maybe an intermediate blue. So for the pennants, not for the regular flag. And like I said, I like the color one. I don't care whether it's blue or white. I do think since we have a white state flag, having a blue Redondo flag underneath it might provide some contrast, and blue would look cleaner longer than a all-white flag. So that's my 2 cents.
And you could have pennants with the white background. I mean, you could conceivably, we don't really have the California flag down at the boardwalk, so you could do that separately.
I think she wanted to mix the three. I'll let her represent it. I'm sure she'll raise her hand. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So thank you for this. I asked Grok what constitutes a good city flag, and the response was Grok is AI. It's like open. It's like open AI, ChatGPT, except a competitor. But I have the subscription, so it's supposed to be as smart as all the PhDs in the country. But any event, so it said that a good flag, a good city flag, is simple, child drawable design, meaningful symbolism, 2 to 3 basic colors, no lettering or seals, distinctive. All right, and I said, give me examples. And so it gave me, if we could light up 2B, please.
Okay.
It showed me examples. These aren't cities that are exactly, that are similar to ours, but just to show you some other city flags. Here's Chicago, Washington, D.C., Tulsa, Oklahoma, Salt Lake City, and Madison, Wisconsin. All right, and here's our gator in the water flag. And then, so I put this out on social media and I said, hey, which of these 3 do you like? Because I do agree we got to go with our logo. Some feedback I got was you're not going to be able to see the lettering. The lettering's too small and the circle's too small on the flag. So maybe blow the circle up. So I blew it up to the maximum. That's what it comes out as. Made it a little smaller. That's what it comes out as. And then I thought, well, what if you remove the lettering like it said, and you end up with that? I asked Jordis Small, I said, hey, Jordis, which of these do you like? I think her actually, pull it up just so I'm representing the accurate thing. I think she likes especially for the International Boardwalk, the one with the lettering, because it actually tells you where you are, right? For people who might not be so familiar with it. But her opinion was for 2 or 3, as in the blue background. If Councilmember Kalajirovich, if you want like a 3rd color background, I'm open to that also.
You're talking about the pendant flags?
What are those? Are those
Banner
the flags
flags?
on International Boardwalk?
Banners.
Yes.
Yeah, the banners. Sure. I'm open to that, like maybe a yellowish, this yellow
I was
color
just saying like
background.
a lighter blue so that it's blues, it's consistent, but it's not just a block of the same flag. So it's like dark blue, a little bit lighter blue.
Okay, but don't we have a color palette?
That's what I'm saying.
Do we have a lighter
palette of
blue in our
colors.
color palette?
Yeah, if you look in the logo itself, there is that bottom blue
Okay,
right there.
got it, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And then a comment I got on social media from a person who worked for a flag company was, your white background will get dirty and your blue background will fade. And I said, well, good, we budgeted for that. Like, that's why we're going to do every other or whatnot, right? But we got to make sure we order whatever we're going to do, we're going to order in bulk so we can replace these and we get economies of scale. I definitely like the blue background more than the white one. And I'm open to either, and I would like the circle to become bigger, not as small as it is, relatively speaking. And I'm open to either of these, Redondo Beach, or so that you can read it, or else just the circle. That's it. Thanks.
So I wouldn't always rely on AI. AI came up with this, and it's supposed to look like Old Tony's. And it's the Manhattan Beach beer. So that's what ChatGPT came up with for our awards for the George Free, where we wanted an Old Tony's outline. I wasn't brought into the circle.
There were comments about it. It won't happen again.
Yeah. So anyway, Councilmember Waller.
I would defer greatly to Jordis because she designed this and she understands colors and everything else. Councilmember Obaji, do you know did you show her any of the versions without the lettering? to see
No,
what her thoughts were
yeah, I
on
did
that?
actually. I sent her mine without the lettering, and her response was, I think I can stand it with no words, especially on City Hall, but down by the boardwalk, it would be good to have the city name on there too, since that is a big tourist destination.
Not exactly a ringing endorsement. I think I
No,
can
no,
stand
it's not a
it.
ringing,
Yeah.
I quoted it.
Yeah, she can stand
I
it.
can stand.
Yeah, it's not a ringing endorsement.
I'm gonna start saying that
Because, you know,
at the end of this motion.
It's number 3 or number 2, but I
Yeah.
think number 3 is like.
my thoughts, I like number 3 the best,
The colors are.
except for the logo's a little small.
Yeah.
That was again, my thought. But there's lots of graphic designers out there that will tell you how much white space you need to have, how much whatever. So I would almost like to say more, give direction to say, if we want to, choose our background, my choice would be the dark blue background, but then let somebody who is a more professional than us here decide how big we can make it that is still as big as it can be, but not violate too many things. I'd be okay without the words for the flags that we're going to have at City Hall, but if we want to have pennants, those could be different. We could do pennants, multicolored pennants with Redondo Beach. I'd be perfectly fine with that.
California Republic.
Yeah, it does.
It's not simple.
Do you want me to bring in the city flag? Just be sure.
Change off.
We don't have a fireplace.
Okay, anything else?
I'm good.
Is your hand still up, or did
No,
you?
no,
raise- Councilmember Castle.
I'm in favor of number 3, but for the banners that would hang down at the International Boardwalk, if we want to alternate colors, I would take one of the blues as a background, and then the yellow, gold, whatever color you want to call that, and have those be the alternating colors since they're part of the design. I think having the various blues, it would probably be, it makes some look faded and people wouldn't be sure. So I think just to keep it simple, just go blue and gold on the banners. As far as the words, I mean, I've seen, we have California Republic. I've seen other states and cities with, established states and things like that. I would want to check with the designer because I do think that the circle size, whether we have Redondo Beach and the words around it, or just the actual interior part of the logo, the circle has to be a certain proportion to the size of the flag. It would just look normal to us, but I think the logo designers would understand, how large we can make it and what would be visually most appealing. So if we could get her input from her on that. But the blue background, I think, works. I like the white, but I think, we don't want to have a white flag as our city flag. So
Peace.
yeah,
Peace.
exactly. We'd never get anywhere on the truck routes. So my preference is number 3 with some modifications, and then blue and gold for the pennants for the International Boardwalk.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems to include Redondo Beach, California is key. I mean, okay, I'm seeing head shaking. Yes, it's why we did this, to brand. If we're ever so fortunate to get to the point where California is, where they could sell hats with the little bear on it, and that's it. The day we get there, great. Until then, having the name seems to be critical.
I agree with that. I would draw my suggestion.
Okay.
Starts to look like a little flame without the
Okay,
Redondo
can we
Beach on it.
formulate a motion?
Motion to go with number 3. Number 3.
Number 3.
Explore.
Circle as big as possible?
No, not as big as possible. Explore a slightly larger circle that allows the lettering to be more visible and alternative backgrounds for the pennants, right?
That's right. It doesn't, yes.
Are you comfortable?
Both in the yellow and the blue family.
Yeah, are you comfortable with us maybe pushing that alternating color scheme back to Jordis on the pennants and just kind of getting her professional view? I think we could have her.
And the sizing to Jordis too.
Yeah, and the sizing question. I think we do need to be careful about sizing. I think there is some thought to that dimensionality. Yeah, but if you're comfortable with that flexibility, I think we can.
As long as it's no charge.
But she's already under contract for other stuff.
Jordis is given more volunteer hours. It's
Yes.
like, she's poor thing's
And
probably
she may
working for
come
about
back-
$10 an hour.
I like the yellow suggestion, but picture that with a yellow background. It might get lost, but let's just see what she says.
Exciting.
She's
Exciting.
Well,
Happy.
do we need to bring it back?
No.
No, we'll just purchase. I mean, and I presume you're comfortable with us buying all pennants, all 22 pennants?
And all flags.
And do you want, I guess that's the other point of direction. Do you want us to get 10 flags for all of our city flagpoles?
Well, even if we don't put them all up on the flagpoles, we'll at least have something to put up as they wear
Okay.
out, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not like they're going to get thrown away.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because flying them at each of the sites would be new for us. We've not flown the city flag anywhere other than in Councilmember
the
Obaji's office.
library. Did we count the one in the library? Inside the library?
That's been stuffed in, I'm kidding, no.
But we can work placement later.
It's been 26 years. If we buy 10 flags, that'll probably be 26 years worth of flags for us.
Okay.
And think about that. The high school student who designed this is in their 40s.
Where are they?
All right, that sounds good. That direction works for us, if that's
So we
the
have a
final
motion. Did we get a second?
I didn't hear one.
I did, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed?
We have public
We need the public. We have somebody on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I saw no audience, so my
I know.
bad.
Okay.
My bad.
Kyle Johnson.
We'll redo the vote, so.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Hi, Kyle Johnson, member of District 1. My only comment is that I think the flag design looks better without text. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thanks for catching me on that. I just saw no audience, so I assumed, which is bad. Let's see, N4. So we had committed to shorter meetings, and it is almost 9:30. I assume you all want to press. We only have one substantive item left. Hopefully that goes quickly.
I think we can make it. I'm good.
So
I'm
you all
pressing
good with
on.
continuing?
Yes, thank you for asking.
Okay, so let's go to N4, discussion regarding an update on the city's enhanced homeless response to homeless program.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Joy Ford, City Attorney. As a follow-up to the announcements earlier, it is also my honor to work with all of you. I do say every day I am blessed to have this council to work with in my career as City Attorney. Tonight, we are here to give you a high-level update of our homeless response, and with the goal of giving the new members and some residents who may not be aware some background and history of our efforts in homelessness and to show you how far we've come. Stephanie Johnson is our new quality of life prosecutor. She has been doing an amazing job. Tonight you passed 3
An
items.
amazing job.
An amazing job as quality of
Agree.
life prosecutor.
Me too. Did you get that same email?
Different topic.
Yeah.
Same effort and result.
So good.
Yes, I think she's a better quality of life prosecutor than I was. She had the 3 items on consent that was passed tonight, one of which we were told we would not be getting additional Measure A funds for our homeless court, and she was still able to obtain that. And she is developing our ACR program, so she is doing amazing, and I am honored to be introducing her tonight.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council, colleagues. Not so much community in the audience, but the community online, if you're listening. It is an honor to be here tonight. As Joy indicated, my name is Stephanie Johnson. I'm a senior deputy city prosecutor with the city of Redondo Beach. In this role, I oversee quality of life issues within the city, including homelessness and housing project initiatives. Tonight, I am going to give you an update in that regard, specifically on the city's enhanced response to homelessness. We are more than a decade into these efforts. What started as a small working group in 2014 has grown into a collaborative effort across many city departments, entities, and service providers. By 2016, the South Bay City's Council of Governments had identified PATH, which is People Assisting the Homeless, to help cities in Service Planning Area A, which the city of Redondo belongs to, address the concerns surrounding homelessness. Redondo Beach PD recognized their need to partner with DMH to get a clinician to respond to individuals experiencing mental health crises and help train their officers to respond to these types of calls as well. The city attorney's office then established the one and only quality of life prosecutor position to work collaboratively on the issues of homelessness, housing, and crime. In 2017, as the city's needs expanded, the police department worked with Harbor Interfaith to provide the city with a dedicated individual to help with homeless outreach and case management. And in 2018, the entire Beach City community recognized its need for a collaborative approach to handle housing navigation. In 2019, Council approved a 5-year homeless plan in conjunction with receiving Measure H funding through the COG and the county. And in June of that year, the city executed its own vision of responding to homelessness, and the Enhanced Response to Homeless Pilot Project was born. The city took steps in phases to execute the plan, starting with the homeless court in 2019. It moved outdoors when the pandemic hit in 2020, and the idea behind homeless court was to implement a one-of-a-kind prosecution-led diversionary program for people who had committed low-level misdemeanor offenses while experiencing homelessness or housing insecurities within our city. The incentive of this program remains that if a person who achieves permanent housing while they are participating in housing court, then their criminal case will get dismissed. This program meets people where they are, and the city collaborates with the sheriff's department, the police department, the public defender's office, the judiciary, as well as multiple inner-city departments to bring resources, services, and case managers to these individuals and help them get back on their feet and roofs over their heads. In 2020, the city started its pallet shelter project. Currently, all 20 units are occupied with an expansion on the horizon. In 2021, it partnered with Swami International to obtain bridge housing units in Wilmington and further expanded outreach services by contracting with CityNet to help with case management and census data. In 2022, Redondo added additional units at the pallet shelter, hired our own housing navigator, and was recognized for these efforts by receiving the Helen Putnam Award. Growth and expansion continued in 2023 and 2024 with 13 additional units to bridge housing, as well as the Moonstone project. And the success of homeless court and these housing projects culminated in the city achieving functional zero last year. As we are nearing the end of 2025, our housing navigation team is set to expand in the very near future. New Beach City teams are being implemented for housing navigation purposes, and the city is about to roll out the alternative crisis response team. Throughout all of these efforts, expansions, and achievements, the city's main objective is to provide a continuum level of care to those that we serve. This slide represents a visual of the phases I've just described, and it starts really with a call coming in through dispatch. A response team goes out. This could be, in the very near future, the ACR team. It could be a response by DMH, police, fire, housing navigation, or some combination thereof. The individual is assessed, a case management plan is started. This plan could include mental health treatment referrals and or housing navigation efforts, but the primary objective of these responses is to get the person set up with the resources that they need. All of these projects and programs are made possible through the support of so many people and funding sources. The city this fiscal year has received approximately $2.9 million in funding and resources to help continue addressing homelessness within our city and beyond. The HealthNet grant will fund the ACR team, which is going to be serviced by Clear and Hero, as well as the Pallet Shelter Extension. Assemblymember Al Marisucci obtained funding for the city to help support Homeless Court. Supervisor Holly Mitchell obtained funding for the Pallet Shelter expansion. The COG works closely with the city to allocate Measure H and Measure A funding from LA County, and these funds are used to support Homeless Court and bridge housing. PLHA, which is Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, helps cover our pallet shelter operations, and the successor agency funds support our services with Harbor Interfaith homeless outreach and navigation efforts. It is with the support of these funding sources that helps make this homeless project pilot successful. To that end, one of the ways that success of homeless efforts is tracked is through the Los Angeles County annual point in time count. This is a census of sorts whereby on a specific date and time, volunteers from the community partner with the local police department and homeless service providers to walk the city streets and determine how many people, homeless people, individuals as well as families are located within the community. Redondo has participated in this homeless count since 2013, with the exceptions of 2014 and 2021. And up until 2024, the total persons in uninhabitable dwellings were based on an extrapolation sampling approach for each car, camper, RV, tent, or makeshift shelter. So, for example, if a volunteer deemed a camper to represent an uninhabitable dwelling, it could be assigned up to 3.1 persons, even if no one was actually living in that particular camper. And while this extrapolation approach reflected generally the county, LA County as a whole, it didn't reflect the populations of individual cities. So in 2024, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, commonly referred to as LAHSA, released raw data, and these numbers are reflected on the chart before us. So in 2017, at the peak, the homeless population had a point in time count of 261. But as you can see, when they began to change from the extrapolation point in time to just an actual number, it substantially decreased in 2024 to 92, and in 2025 to 64. This is approximately a 75% decline. And in these two charts, you can see from 2024 to 2025, based on this new raw data, the downward trend continues for our city. And the visual tally of unsheltered persons and dwellings continues to decline in nearly every category. And our pallet shelter remains at capacity of 20 being served and sheltered. So as I said before, the success of this homeless pilot project is a collaboration of the city's fearless leaders, an outpouring of community support, and a very generous group of funding sources. And with that, the recommendation is to receive and file this report. And I want to thank you all so very much for your time and attention during this presentation and open it up to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Well done, and good report, but also good results. Can you go back one slide, please?
Yes.
So I still think our numbers significantly skewed. If you look at it, I'm very impressed with the 17, total people that we've seen. But for example, my van is parked on a street, is an RV, and it's a converted Sprinter. It's legal size for our street, and they probably counted it, and there's nobody living in there. And also I know, and I have a van on the street too, my Volkswagen van. I'm not sure if they'd count that or not. I'd hope they wouldn't, but so I think this number is kind of high. And the other extenuating circumstance, especially during good weather, is we get a lot of people illegally car camping as vacationers, right? They're driving by, there's no campsites nearby, so they pick a city street near the beach, and we get that in my neighborhood all the time. You can tell them, windows are pulled, they stay a few days and then they take off. And those aren't homeless people. Those are people vacationing and driving through our city onto another destination. So, I trust the 17, the 27 I discount. And I mean, frankly, the whole reason we have pallet shelters is to house the unhoused, so to count them in it. I mean, my real number is 17 people that people are experiencing on the street. And that's just phenomenal, especially after, from what I understand from Lila, we get a big inrush during the summer because people from inland want to escape the heat. So they hop on the bus and stay out here. And then as it gets cooler here, they go back. So just phenomenal results. And as I said, you heard the governor's representative tonight touting our homeless program. And I'll tell you, Holly Mitchell called us out at the mayor's gathering at Mayor Bass's house. So, just a phenomenal program. Joy, you underplay your role. I don't, you started this thing, you got the momentum going. And, we hope for better and better performance as we go on. I don't know what we do when we get to zero. But I suppose there will always be new people coming in. But I'm hoping we get more on the proactive side and less on the reactive. When are we putting in the rest of the additional pallet shelters?
The timeline is by March.
By March.
Yeah, so the bid advertising is going to begin, I think, next week. Bid opening dates in early to mid-November. It usually takes us about a 45-day period to award the contract, actually
But they're
execute
existing
the contract.
pallet shelters, right?
Yeah, we own
storage.
We have the pallets
so
in
this
storage.
is just siting them.
This is
building
site
the
work,
infrastructure around
plumbing, utilities, dropping in the
them. And
electrical.
we're expanding the fence line, or is it a new?
Same, just immediately adjacent, just to the north of where they're at today. It'll be I think a commingled site. So there'll be some kind of grading to work the two together more harmoniously. And as Joyce said, we should be under construction in January and completed in
And does
March.
it include new restroom and shower?
Yes.
Expanded facilities, yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much and well done.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you. I slightly disagree with the mayor insofar as I think those numbers are accurate. I was at the pier, what's it called? The Pier Plaza this morning at 8:30, and I definitely saw at least 1 foot person sleeping in their car. Can't imagine they're there on vacation alone.
I don't think the cars are, but the RVs, it's hard to tell.
Got it. But you all have done great work, amazing work, Joy, City Attorney Ford, especially because you were doing this before you became City Attorney and got us to zero functional homelessness. So thank you for that. Well, what I wonder about, because we've heard at the COG that Measure A funding, now that the tax has been implemented by the county or adopted by the residents, is funding permanent supportive housing, not temporary housing solutions like our pallet shelters. Is that understanding correct?
No, there's still local solution funds, and I think Councilmember Kalijevic can speak to this, but we're still getting funding for our bridge housing.
Yeah.
We have not asked the COG for funding for the pallet shelter. We have the PLHA and the county funds for that. I'm not saying we won't in the future, but the local solutions funds allows the COG to, with the consent of all the cities, to determine how to utilize those funds.
There's two sides to Measure A. There's the infrastructure, which is La Casa, that is really the bulk of it. I think there's 11 million coming to the South Bay COG for that. And then for the Local Solutions Fund, which is funding more services, interim housing, our homeless court, we've got, I think, 3.5 million for the entire region. So there's a lot more money going to permanent supportive housing in the measure.
Okay. Do we see that the flow, this I guess gets to my point, which is, are we seeing that the flow of county, state money for supporting our pallet shelters is going to be continuous, and we're not going to have a problem continuing to fund the pallet shelters? Or is it drying up as they're focusing on permanent supportive housing and the majority of that money, $14 million coming to the COG, 11 million is going to?
It's written out in the measure what percentage has to go to permanent supportive housing and what has to come to local solutions. 15% of the measure money has to come to the local solutions, meaning that would be determined by the COG and the negotiation with the county. But I will say that I think there's some gray area. The county has been talking about our city spending the money in alignment with the county goals. And I think that's a little bit tricky language because the county could push back on funding things like our homeless court, which is a cornerstone of our success. And so one of my goals or roles on this executive committee is to be the local voice for us on that, because it is a local solutions fund. We are the ones who are meant to determine what we need at this local level. But I think we are getting pushback because the county is getting strapped for some of their programs. And that's some of the decisions that we're going to have to face now. They have indicated that we will be cutting programs in the Board of Supervisors has to vote next January on this. And so we have to make recommendation as to what gets cut. And they're talking about programs in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay, so thank you for that. I guess back to my question, if I'm hearing 3 million, 3+ million for local solution programming for the COG, which has, I think, 16 cities in it,
yes.
I'm not seeing a lot of that money potentially flow into Redondo Beach for our pallet shelters. So for how much funding do we have to run our double-sized pallet shelters? Where do we anticipate getting the next tranche of funding? Are we going to be able to sustainably fund this? Or is this going to be a challenge come, 12 months from now, all of a sudden we're going to be looking at our general fund?
So we are coming back next week with the extension of the current 20 units in terms of operation, and it's only going to be for 6 months because it is dependent upon our PLHA funding. We are going to receive additional PLHA funding.
What's PLHA?
That's the permanent local...
From the county, state?
Permanent
That's
local
the state.
housing allocation.
State, okay.
State. So, but that is dependent on how many sales of homes there are in our city. So there has been a decline in the past couple of years as to how many homes are sold. So we have to see how much money we're going to get from that. And then the other half is funded through the county. And this shelter is run by the county. So they have an incentive for it to continue. So we are in negotiations as to how much it's going to cost us after the 6 months when we do the expansion. So to answer your question, there is funding there. I can't tell you exactly right now at this moment how much it will be.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I suppose the end run of that is, not that I want permanent housing at that site, but if there's more money available, let's say down the road, if we seem to run out of the funding for the pallet shelters, does it make sense to potentially look at permanent housing solutions for that site so that we can, have a place to house our unhoused?
So that location is currently zoned as industrial. The pallet shelters are there on a temporary basis based on the emergency order of the county. So we would have to rezone it, first of all. Secondly, we are always evaluating our programs and downsizing or adding as needed. And a lot of it is based on Lila Mora's recommendations of what the needs are, what the barriers are, what the challenges are for her clients. So I'm not saying no, but there are limitations as well.
And based on what I've learned from Lila Omora in referring residents who've had a family member who became homeless, and her saying, hey, the pallets are full right now, it seems like we do have a need for more temporary pallet shelters, right?
Yes, and it could be that we downsize on our bridge housing. So it's, we evolve as we go.
Okay, thank you, that's it.
Okay, I was remiss, I would say this is a team sport doing this, and I want to recognize Councilmember Kalajerovich for her leadership on the legislative side of this. So appreciate your efforts there. Without her, we wouldn't be getting as much funding as we are, and she's a good watchdog for us. So appreciate all your efforts there. Councilmember Waller.
Yes, on the slide that you had with the count, would it be correct that since 2024, since you're counting people, not extrapolating, even though there are vehicles being shown, those are not counted as 3.4 people in a van, is that correct?
Correct, they just count the vehicle.
The vehicles
they don't assign it an extrapolation number.
So our count of people is based on actual people. So
So
Jim's
the
van isn't adding to our homeless count.
So
Jim's van.
that slide, those charts, is directly off the dashboard of LASA. So that's how they display the data. In the past, they've always totaled everything. And so just being consistent with that, that's how we came up with the 64, is by adding it all up, even though it includes the 20 people in our pallet shelter. They just show how many vehicles are there. So yes, in reality, they saw 17 people the night of the count. We've never put that much emphasis on the point in time count, but it has shown a downward trend, and that's what we relied on.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Yeah, I know of, well, there used to be more, I think 2 in the Riviera Village area that are, living in vehicles of sorts. One of them I haven't seen in a long time, actually, so we might be down to more like 1.5. There's one pretty permanent, another part-time, and another part-time, but it's good to see that we are doing the point-in-time count and looking at people.
Yes, and we really rely on the fact that we have reached functional zero in street homelessness, because that is a by names list, and we have continued to count people by the by names list, and we're trying to gather that data. We do depend on the COG to deem us in the state of functional zero. We don't self-declare that. That's something the COG recognizes, but we do still provide them with that data. And so that number 17 is consistent with the data we've been collecting.
So for the people that are voluntarily permanently living in a vehicle, obviously they're not an increase or a decrease to us, but we know who those people are, and they're part of our consistent, you said the by name list. So that's good. That's it.
That's it?
I'm good. Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
I just wanted to flag this as awesome job, by the way.
Thank you.
And you mentioned being proactive rather than reactive, and I think the addition of our ACR program, the Alternative Crisis Response Team, is just that. De-escalating situations and keeping people housed. I was meeting with Lila and fire department and this team today as they're starting off, and they were just talking about, coming into a situation where there was potentially a hoarding situation that could lead to an eviction. How do they resolve this to keep this person housed? And these are ways that we can actually stem the bleed into adding more homeless to our streets and others. But that being said, I think we're all aware of issues with budgets, state, federal, and local, and a lot of programs that are keeping people housed are getting cut, specifically federal programs. So we've talked about this here. Our, for example, the housing vouchers, the emergency housing vouchers that were given out during the pandemic are set to expire in 2026. Those vouchers are no longer going to be, we were hoping to absorb them into our Section 8 housing. The federal government has slashed that budget to a third. So even those who have a voucher are going to lose their voucher. So this system that you have built is a system. And right now, there's going to be some downward pressure. We have people moving from the streets to our pallet shelter, to permanent supportive housing at Moonstone, and then ultimately onto a housing voucher where they can live independently. Those housing vouchers have been cut off. That list is no longer, we can't move people up any longer. So I say that as a caution that I don't know what the future holds, but I think we're going to start feeling pressures in different ways, and that may not reflect the efforts that we're making, but just outside, outside things happening. So we will continue to work on this, but there will be different challenges coming up.
To that end, I think we should understand, the volume of that risk.
Yeah, we have 21 families on that emergency
But I
voucher
mean,
list.
from a funding perspective, and I think it does, we discussed this, it would behoove us to get a nice understanding of, how much is being funded by us right now, by federal sources, by state sources, and, where that's going, so that we can, how long it's got left, so we can at least, when we're going through the budgeting process, understand, where we're going to be over the next year.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, talking with Mayor Dan O'Brien at the recent mayor gathering, he's got a much bigger problem than us. He's got a progressive council. They put 20 million of their budget in, and they're in a budget deficit bigger than ours, to funding affordable housing.
Culver City Mayor Dan O'Brien?
Yes. Yep. And they're basically giving that money to a developer to build the affordable housing. I'm not suggesting we do that, but we may want to soften the blow of the of a declining number so that we have time to react to it by funding it somewhat with ourselves. But we don't even have a picture of what the magnitude of that would be.
Well, we can talk to our housing authority. I mean, we have that number, and just having a better understanding of who's within the system that we need to find a voucher for, or where those constraints are. And you guys do a great job of, and Lila does a great job of informing me, at least, of like what is needed at the moment. But a lot of these programs, the money that we have is an annual basis. We have to advocate for this every single year. There's no guarantee. So one of the things, obviously we've done a great job at actually doing the work, but I think we also need to do the job of telling our success story so that we can advocate for the money in a much more complete way. So I know we're working on that. So we can get, a website up. We can talk about what's being funded from where.
I think getting our arms around that's important, so that we understand the magnitude, because it's hard to lobby when you don't know how much is falling off the table.
Yes,
right?
yes.
And what we're facing fiscally. I think there might also be a story we're doing it very efficiently, but you don't know until you have the numbers built up. But we know the messaging is getting out. We heard it tonight from the governor's staff. I heard it with Holly Mitchell. So the messaging's getting out, whether they choose to fund it or not.
The conversations are going to be difficult because, at least where I sit on this committee, there is talk about, we should put the money in the areas where that are most affected. And we aren't most affected because we've been addressing the problem. So if that money goes to where it's most effective, we're just going to be chasing our tail. But we have to be able to articulate that.
Yeah. Supervisor Mitchell said her top priority is keeping those that we've taken off the street.
Yeah.
Keeping them off the street. So how that pans out and now she funds stuff, we'll see.
Yep.
I was just going to add, sorry. just to that point about understanding the sources of the money, when I was on budget and finance, this was an issue that continued to come up, that we have a successful program today, but, you know, we sort of saw the storm clouds gathering on the horizon for the state and from the federal level. We get pieces from both, and just to make sure that if suddenly funding is cut, you know, can we make up that difference, and how much order of magnitude what it would be? So that's, you know, that prompted a lot of questions from us just about the issues that we're addressing now.
And so strategically, where do we cut if we have to?
Right, exactly. So.
Not fun discussions, but I think we'll continue to have.
So what were you looking for?
Just receive, a motion to receive and file.
Okay, can I get a motion? Any other questions? I have no other hands up. Anyone from the public?
Yes, we have Kyle Johnson.
What's the name?
Kyle Johnson.
Kyle Johnson.
Hi, good evening. Kyle Johnson, resident of District 1. Yeah, I want to commend City Council and the staff on reducing our homeless numbers significantly. I think it's really important work to help the most vulnerable people in our community and make sure that they have a place to live so that they can get back on their feet. With the current concern about funding for these programs, I guess one idea or thought that I have is reducing or changing zoning codes and allowing for more housing to be built in the form of ADUs and other dense housing in the city, thereby increasing the housing supply and hopefully lowering housing costs so that more people can afford to live in this wonderful city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it, and there's no e-comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Well done. Okay, item O, city manager items.
Just given the lateness of the evening, Mayor, just a little bit of calendaring. We have meetings the next 2 Tuesdays, the 14th and the 21st. Will be dark on the 28th of October, but did want to make you all aware, we will have a meeting the first Tuesday of November. The Veterans Day holiday this year falls squarely on Tuesday, the 11th. So City Hall will be closed that day. We will not have a meeting on the second Tuesday of the month. We will pick it up again on the 18th. And then be dark on the 25th for the Thanksgiving week. So just the next 4 meetings are the 14th and the 21st of October, and then the 4th and the 18th of November. FYI.
When do we expect to get back the ordinance on smoke shops?
Smoke shop ordinance will be coming on the 21st. Next week, we will be dealing with the parking regulation ordinance on Aviation and Artesia.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
That'll do it.
Okay, any mayor and council referrals to staff?
None. I have one. With the Olympics and the World Cup coming up, and I know we talked about this again on budget and finance a couple of years ago, we wanted to look at the transit occupancy tax. Just a quick reference. LA, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa all charge 14%. We only charge 12%. So I think that if we can get that in place and come up to, you know, either parity with them or at least a percentage closer.
Stephanie and I are planning on that item. It should be, I think, on the 11/4 agenda is tentatively what we're looking at, early November.
So do you think, so with the World Cup next July, do you think we would have it in place by then, or
we would need an election, and and ideally we would, if the council were supportive of having the voters consider it, we would want that election to time up with the general plan updates, which we're hoping to occur this spring.
Okay.
So ideally the two, it's going to have to be a special election that would occur ideally next spring.
Okay, but you said November 4th, you said?
Well, that's for us to have the discussion. There's a lot of work to do. You all have to decide as a policy matter whether or not you want to pursue that. But that was a part of the budget motion. That is on our to-do list.
You don't need a referral.
I don't need a referral. That's coming back.
You don't need a referral. That was part of the budget motion, and the discussion will include not just raising it, but potential carve-outs for new development.
New builds, what options we have for implementation per the motion discussion, yes.
Sharing the whole deal that we,
That is being researched, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, can I request a BRR for replacement schedules for PPE, for fire, and auto pulse for all of the vehicles that they're on?
Yep. Well, it's just the auto, yeah, for all of our auto pulse
Yeah, because
devices,
they're on
yeah.
every apparatus,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Looking for a matrix of expiration date?
Yes, yes.
Expiration date of what?
PPE, personal protective equipment, and then the auto pulse devices, which.
Oh.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, just a few. Referral to have a discussion, maybe at the time of the other renaming discussions, to rename the Redondo Park the Mayor Bill Brand Native Park.
Yep.
Any second to that?
Second.
You got a second?
I was just gonna,
Second? Okay.
no, if I could. Or other names.
Right, sure, a discussion about that or any other name.
Yeah, because there's.
A discussion.
The title can leave it open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what we're coming back with as a referral based on the prior two referrals is the Joe Deweziak discussion for Eaton Parquet. There's the conversation that was raised early, I think during budget originally, but a referral by Councilmember Obaji on Perry Park Teen Center, potentially for Mike Webb. And then now the open space area for Bill Brand. Each of those would include or other names. I mean, we've got to decide how we want to proceed with those items.
Or other locations, would that be within the agenda item, or is that just part of the discussion?
I think it's part of the general discussion. I think it would be a discussion on renaming of those three, call them facilities for lack of a better word, with the names that have been raised in the past. We don't have a formal naming policy currently. It's generally been by resolution or council minute action. So that's another conversation that may enter into that discussion.
I think the point is to make the agenda item open enough for alternatives.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense. I think we would need to do that by nature of our current process, which is arguably lack thereof. So.
Call for a vote.
All for?
Aye.
All right.
Anyone opposed?
All right, next one, I've discussed with Chief Hoffman. I'd like RBPD to come back with an analysis of the risks, basically the same type of BRR analysis we had for all the crossing guards, but particularly for aviation and Ford, and update the analysis relative to the most adjacent, the closest other crossing guards, so that council can decide whether to move one of the existing adjacent crossing guards to that intersection.
It's a fair point, and
Subcommittee.
well, that's what I was going to say. I'll let Councilmember Collider say something first.
I welcome the analysis of that location. I don't know if tying it to an adjacent one is necessarily relevant to how we allocate them, but.
That was a suggestion from Chief Hoffman and frankly from, well, not to get too into it, but the other crossing guards are crossing entirely on residential streets.
Right, so our analysis is
beyond that. I think what the analysis will show across the entire spectrum of our various options, which include other options similar to this with Artesia and the bike path, where we show basically based on our criterion, we show need, we show incident count, we show traffic volumes, et cetera. This location would be added to that list. The efficacy of that versus the rest will be clear.
Yeah. So a general discussion about reallocating crossing guards following that analysis. I think he said they need at least 3-4 weeks. Let's call it 2 months or 3 months.
Yeah, this conversation is going to come up during either mid-year or our regular budget discussion. So we are planning on that. We are certainly happy to add that location to the matrix.
Thank you.
All right, and the Crossing Guard Subcommittee remains in effect with staff, including Jane. She's there shaking her head, yes, and others. So
much to
it's her favorite subcommittee.
Yeah.
And so I don't need to vote on that?
No, we'll add it to it. It's a BRR. It's part of our budget analysis. This is coming. Yes.
Thank you. And final thing, a discussion by council in an effort to prevent new homelessness to create an exception to our short-term rental ban for shared short-term rentals.
I would say
Just
before we,
discussion.
let's not do that discussion right now. Why don't we,
And
we got a
subjected to
lot
transient occupancy tax.
that,
Is that
let's not
second?
get into that right yet.
We're not saying we do it now, today. We bring it soon.
Let's not get into that.
All right.
That's a huge, huge discussion, and I think we should wait and see how things play out first on what's already in effect, which is letters and enforcement mechanisms, and see how they shake out. We heard some voices tonight. That's part of the fabric and mosaic, but let's wait till we get some hard data.
You're talking about it, so you want to talk about it.
No, I want staff to finish their work, but I don't know, city manager, have anything to say?
I mean, this is what I think as part of this exercise, if we had more time, I would have mentioned it during my city manager items, but the letters have gone out. What we're reminding folks is that this has been a prohibition for decades. This is not new. I think what is new, if you want to call it that, is we're taking a proactive approach to the enforcement rather than a reactive approach to enforcement, which is clearly not been satisfactory if we've got 500 locations currently being advertised in the city. This was effectively a notification letter, a friendly notification letter. We'll see. Clearly, it's having an impact. Folks are paying attention. Hopefully, we're gaining compliance. I like the line of questioning tonight. People should be encouraged to look at 30-plus day rentals. That still is allowed under the code. And I think there's quite a market on that.
I don't think we should go
I'm with
any
you.
more detail.
I'm wrapping it up just to say that we will have subsequent action. There will be much more information learned, to Councilmember Barron's point, over the next few months as to the impact of what's occurring. So I would say give the Deckard approach time. These may be isolated incidents, but we could certainly have that conversation down the road. And I'm happy to provide periodic updates to the council if you're interested.
So is there a discussion coming up to update us on what's happened since those letters? Is that scheduled? Because
It's not currently. I'm happy to do it offline in our individual one-on-ones. And I'm also happy in 4 to 6 months to give you an update if we have some concrete or tangible results from that enforcement effort. But right now, we're just enforcing the code as written. I think that's what the community needs to understand.
Okay. Collecting data, working with Deckard. Okay.
And following up, and hopefully gaining voluntary compliance.
Are you okay with giving that a few months to see what data we have and receive information periodically from the city manager offline in the meantime?
I mean, sure,
All right.
but I also see the challenge that these two women, single women now, are having, and understand the high cost of living in California and inflationary environment we live in. And so I also see it, a shared short-term rental as a different species from an entire home short-term rental. So I'm not in a rush to have the discussion, but maybe for 4 months out so that we seem responsive, and then we can look at it at that time.
We can do anything that the council would like in this regard. It's
4 months away?
can
Yes, no?
I'm fine with that.
I ask, because I will tell you, I'm cashed out and I don't want to make a decision about that discussion. Can you bring it up next Tuesday with that, like me thinking about it before voting on whether to have or not have?
Sure.
I appreciate that.
It's not going to be happening anytime soon. So.
I just don't want, I want to make it, yeah.
Anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett?
No.
I have nothing.
Thank you for the suspense.
Let's see, so we are going to adjournment
Adjourn to
tonight.
next
We are adjourning in the memory of Marie Kasparian, mother of city employee Vicky Kasparian. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn in memory of Vicky? No. Marie Kasparian.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay, the next meeting of the city council will be an adjourned regular meeting held at 4:30. That's closed session, and a regular meeting held at 6 p.m. open session on Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, right here with Mayor Pro Tem Barrett in charge.